It has been a year and way too long of a year, but the waves finally settle once again here in Myrtle Beach. My name's DJ TJ, and with me, once again, it's been too long, man. Bear, how we doing?
We're doing good. It's always great when you're at the hangout and you actually see sun out the windows, so good sign for this year's Boost on the Beach. Great time to be here. We have a couple returning teams coming back, and we're going to be starting with one of them. Kind of a weird history with this event, I feel like. Who do you think I'm hitting at right now?
I mean, there's only one on the table. It's George Mason. And we don't have a lot of time to talk about the team, so we will kind of go into it as we get into the game. So we are behind schedule. We will go ahead, and if the prod team and the teams are ready, we'll go ahead and we'll hop in to said match. But I'm glad you bring up George Mason. They have had a severely up and down history since the glory days of CRL, and this event's been no different.
Yeah, the kids are raving to get in. But won the first ever Boost on the Beach in like a crazy Game 5, Game 6 situation, and then proceeded to go over last year. So a lot to prove, a lot to get back. As you can see here, we haven't talked about their opponent, but they're going to get into Kentucky.
Yeah, and we're going to enter the hype chamber here, and we will start things off in Kentucky. Doesn't really have a guideline. They really don't have a line that they have to perform up to. This is a team that, yes, they could potentially pull some upsets. They do have a brand new third on the roster alongside the other two seniors, as this entire roster is going to disappear after this event anyways. But this team's exciting. This team's fun. One of my favorite teams personally outside of the pitch, and I'm sure they're going to bring that fun into their gameplay today.
Yeah, of course. I mean, talking about just roster changes as well, GMU is not unfamiliar to that for this event. Also has a individual player swap out from a couple weeks ago with roster changes. So kind of not even just a lot to prove in terms of history, but like seeing how this new roster will compete on land.
If you're looking for some stories to read at home, I got one for you. GMU in this group probably has the most potential to upset. They're currently probably seated somewhere directly in that 3 or 4 spot, if I had to put a prediction on it, and they could punch up. They could easily take down some of the other teams, like I believe Northeastern will be in this group later. We'll get to see them play down the road, and then obviously Kentucky. This right here is probably the perfect test match for them against what, unfortunately for Kentucky, is the lowest seeded team in this entire group.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of where they were on paper. I think Northeastern might have been that 3 seed.
I think GMU was under them.
Yeah.
And actually, no, sorry, Maryland's probably under... No, Maryland's probably over GMU, actually.
No, Maryland's on the other side. Maryland's on the other side, I think, right?
I'm about to double check. I mean, Maryland's currently playing behind you, Bear, so they are in this group.
Wait, yeah, what does the seeding look like?
Based on what I predicted the seeding was, which could be right, could be wrong, I have George Mason actually directly over Kentucky in the bottom 2 spots.
Okay.
So, hey, I'm all for change, and I believe the players are going to be ready to start hopefully soon here. But one of the big things we haven't talked about yet is that it's going to be a best of 3.
Yes, yeah.
So in terms of land, in terms of this venue, in terms of the trip for both of these teams, there's a lot of factors at play here.
Yeah, it's kind of, almost unfortunate from like a fan perspective, where Kentucky's not really going to get shell-shocked because it's too early in the morning for the venue to like scare you. I think starting Group B will be kind of crazy for that first match, where this is kind of just like a regular LAN right now. Regular environment going on. So I think it really is just like true LAN familiarity. There's no kids Fortnite dancing like right next to them right now. So
that's a good callback to last year. I feel for South Carolina, who are back at this event and will be playing later in the day. But yeah, no, this event and this venue is something special. It's a once-in-a-lifetime type of opportunity, and we're very happy to be here. And it looks like the teams are finally going to help bring us the excitement to kick the day off, as it looks like Kentucky may have scored first. That might get reset. There was only 15 seconds happened off stream, so you haven't missed much. I believe Kentucky will probably get that goal reset, and we'll start with a fresh 0-0. But we are waiting for that to happen, as our wonderful production team and TOs are working together to bring you the action as soon as possible.
Yeah, you want to start talking about kind of those the rosters of each team right here?
Yeah.
You want to start talking about like that Kentucky mix-up. You have 2 seniors there. You have a new player. What's going on there?
We can go ahead and bring it up. So you got Chipmunk Man, who is a well-known tournament organizer within the Rocket League scene. He runs Bluegrass Boost Battle. I get to go help him do that in Lexington, Kentucky, which is only in 3 weeks, by the way. So put that on your calendar. But he's an incredible dude. He's very smart, very talented, very patient as well, which you want that in your team captain. He's somebody I look out for in terms of performance today. And then Huds, another returning member. He's also extremely talented. He's easily one of the more mechanical players to play at Kentucky in their entire team's history. So I'm expecting a lot out of him, but this team is very fun meta. They're very low hours, so it's that consistency. For HUDs, it's that consistency that you look out for that I don't know if he's going to be able to pull it out. And then Bombist, the newest player, he's a SSL in ones. So he is very consistent, very methodical with his play, but he will pull out some mechanics in threes when you least expect it.
Okay. And you said the entire team will basically be gone next year. Is the new player
They're
also
all
a senior?
seniors, pretty much, yeah.
How do you just find like a ones SSL his senior year?
He was on the B team.
Oh, that's crazy.
I mean, they had somebody last year by the name of Unfriable Apples, who was the kind of poster child for Kentucky Esports for a little bit. So he unfortunately has actually gone to start his own career now. So Bombist finally gets his chance. But Kentucky's got depth. I mean, their C team upsets A teams at other SEC schools. I mean, this is a program that is well supported by many different organizations and people. And I think that if they can bring anything into this tournament, with how low the expectations may be, it is that support. It is that, I guess, hopefully preparedness that they may have brought for one weekend.
Yeah, you got to get a few hours into the game before you go drive over. But yeah, there were like some lobby issues ahead of time, so I'm guessing it's just going to be a full reset. That goal that we talked about, probably not going to count at all. And yeah, I think we'll just be getting into a fresh game right about now.
Okay, so we'll do the flyover once again. We'll give you some new POVs. That way you don't get to see the exact same stuff you saw before, but it looks like that we are finally set up. Once again, it will be best of 3. So there's going to be a lot that happens, and I didn't get to talk about GMU's roster yet, so I'll speed run it very quickly. Obviously, they are managed by Tihan, one of the veterans of the CRL scene. He is probably one of the best managers in the scene. A great dude. He's been to this land 3 times now, all 3 of them. He's a great guy, and also somebody who's used to those trips. Titanium. He is now the coach. He is not playing on the roster anymore, which means now Devin is left to pick up the slack. And then now they also have Jay, who is a returning member from last year, and Jason, who's the new 3rd. Which, funny enough, for those of you who are used to seeing Adapt on this roster, he is now on the B team, and Jason came up from the B team, is now on the A team. So switcheroo galore right now in this first match.
A lot of moving parts, a lot of people who you kind of expected to be here if you were kind of familiar with what GMU had at least last year. You're like, okay, we're going to see Titanium, right? You're going to see, it just doesn't happen. It's really interesting. I think like it's almost a proving ground. You said Kentucky, if they could put it all together for this first game, could be really something. I think GMU kind of just needs to prove that they're where they are in this group intentionally, and kind of has to prove that on paper they are, that 2, 3, 4 seeded team.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is about defying the expectations for GMU, is that this is a program with tenure. It's a program with experience, not only at this land, but in CRL's history. As we are trying to get the game up for you, GMU did just score. They scored at 3-minute 50 mark, so GMU is currently up 1-0 in Game 1.
Yeah.
We are, again, trying to get the gameplay feed to your screens, but from what we've seen so far, George Mason needs to dominate this series if they actually want a chance at getting a better seed heading into tomorrow. Yeah,
I think the BO3 format, I mean, a lot of you out there are probably like, why are they playing BO3s in Rocket League at a LAN event? I think it actually adds kind of a bit more like urgency, a bit more oomph into each of the tournament sets you have to play on the first day. Because at the end of the day, this is just for seeding for the final bracket. And I kind of like how upsets can occur in that BO3 format, where like I think if this was a BO5 or a BO7, the way that we'd be talking about teams needing improvement, like that just wouldn't really be a discussion. They'd prove themselves in the first game, and like that would probably just be it'd probably be a GMU 3-0 or like 3-1 win at that point.
I mean, I can see the point. I would even say that predictions will change as well going into game number 1 here, which GMU is up 2-0. Again, we are trying to get that feed coming your way soon, but so far as predicted for GMU, even though it is best of 3.
Yeah, and I think Prod just let us know that we're actually going to take a little bit of a break. The feed itself was kind of cutting in and out a lot, so I think we're just going to take a break and we'll be right back.
All right, we're not going to waste any time. We're going to hop directly in. We apologize for the technical delays, but we do have the side stream up and running. Kentucky and George Mason have restarted the series after headset delays and capture card issues, and no matter what, we're here. I'm DJ TJ, and next to me, once again, is Bear, and so far, a close game.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of goals on the scoreboard that have been erased throughout all of these issues here, and the fact that we're 3.5 minutes in and it's 0-0, kind of crazy, to be honest.
I mean, we're already kicking it. 90 seconds left here. Bombas will try to take something off the sidewall here, but I'm not sure it's going to leave too much room for Jason, who has now about 70 seconds to try to make something happen. But the craziest part about the previous game one that I believe GMU could have upheld if they wanted to based on ruling, they were up 3-0 with 2 minutes left. And then I think they decided, since they were also having PC issues, to let that game be reset. So this is huge for Kentucky, but Jay will try and find something, but it'll be up to Jason to maybe have that Jay connection that we'll see all day. But a minute left here, and so far it's still even, but GMU's got the attack.
Yeah, Dev's already gotten 2 demos in the last 30 seconds while they're attacking on goal, but Kentucky's defense has just been really stout so far. We see the attack. Oh, and nothing there. Dev's there to defend it.
See Dev try and push something middle to a teammate. They'll be met by 2 Kentucky players, though. Ball will start slowly moving back. Chipmunk man can't find it. That net's going to be open. It's off the left corner. There's nothing left in the tank for Kentucky, though, but now they finally get something out. We'll see if this one can be met off the backboard. 20 seconds left here, but now GMU have to once again reset. Dev will start it off. He'll look for Jason. Jason's got room over Chipmunk. Looks for the double. Can't find much. Over in the net. 14 seconds left, and GMU takes the lead.
Whew. It was a little scary there, too, because you saw a really good put up there by Jay, and you saw all of GMU step back a little bit. I think they got a little scared with how much time was left, so they really needed to get that there. And now, like, this is probably just going to be GMU going all in right now. They know that they have the confidence. They have the lead here. Dev just taking it up there. You see Jason with a little bit of a demo in the back.
See if Dev can clear this game out once and for all. Maybe find one more goal. Kentucky's got room to work, though, but Jason will ground it. It will bounce once, but it will not matter. So George Mason, after the tech delay thriller, they will go up 1-0 in this series.
Whew. Yeah, that really interesting with how that game played out. Unfortunately, we couldn't see the first couple of minutes there because I think in both of the instances they played, they had a goal by the first minute. And that really went the distance there. But ended up how they were performing in those other games. So we don't have to deal with any fiascos where they go 3-0 in like 2 minutes in the first game and then it gets canceled and then they lose to Kentucky. So yeah, entering game 2 here. Really interesting dynamics we've been seeing. It really does seem like GMU specifically has a certain person on their team that they like to have demoing everyone, disrupting for the side of Kentucky there. I don't know if we really saw much of what Kentucky's going for offensively. Defensively, they seemed pretty good. We saw them just kind of like living in the net and everything like that. But
yeah, trying to do analysis without half the game.
Yeah.
We're doing our best here. No, but I mean, you bring up the demos. Demoing is obviously a massive staple of the current competitive CRL scene, the Collegiate Rocket League scene. You have to have your entire team be demo players. It's how it is. Everybody should be able to roll through the back line of another team and take a player out with them. And that right there is just efficient Rocket League. It's a numbers game at the end of the day. I mean, it is soccer, so you got to kind of take some of those same philosophies, move the ball around, and both teams were showing they're capable of doing that. But Kentucky, so far defying expectations. That's a close game, and we could go to 3 here pretty easily. And for George Mason and Kentucky, again, maybe fighting towards the middle or bottom of this group, but you also have got to compare how are you going to perform with the bottom of Group B, and how are you going to be seeded on Sunday?
Oh, instant attack there from GMU. Didn't get anything out of it. But talking about like that seeding aspect as well, goals matter for tiebreakers in this set, and the fact that they only scored 1 goal might actually come to bite them with how close a lot of these teams are in the middle of the pack.
Got to talk about game differential, too. Grabbing 1 out of a best of 3 against this GMU roster would be huge for Kentucky. Even if they do lose in game 3, no matter how bad the goal differential may be, at least grabbing that game, I believe, does trump the goal differential. So we'll see how it plays out. We're 30 seconds in so far, and now Huds will try to find some room and sets a double from Dev, but he can't find much more, as we do have game audio, so the production team's killing it so far. So we should be set to go here entirely for game 2, and George Mason will try to keep the themes going, minus the tech issues.
Dev with a shot on goal right here. Chipmunk's going to be able there to knock it out. Bombas clears.
This one will sit on the sidewall. Jason has room to beat 2. Will tap it up middle for a teammate. Dev will try to beat 1, but Bomb is somebody who you have to look out for on the Kentucky side. I believe he's going to be the leader mechanically today. As Jay, he is also somebody you're going to look out for from last year, and he's got to look out for himself, too. He'll go flying past that ball, and now Bomb is not a lot of boost, but that is the ones main we aforementioned earlier, so we know he's capable of cooking as Jason will fake for the other Jay. We'll see if Jay can make some room, but backboard is clear, but nobody's there to meet Chipmunk, so he'll get some time off his own corner to head over 1 and try and delay at least some of the GMU offense.
Yeah, Jason was flirting right around there. Wasn't able to get a shot in, but we're kind of seeing a little bit of flirting around neutral right here.
Chipmunk pushing this one down the pitch. See if there's any room for Jason to find a redirect over to Dev. And Dev is there, but he's got no boost. He will still find the pinch off the corner, though. And now Jay is there. He won't be able to find one more. This is a counterattack for Kentucky. The net is open, but it is off, as now Jason will push it out over to Bombas, who does have room off the corner. Can he find one more? He'll try and find a bump on Dev, but instead, Dev finally gets to rip it out. And GMU, I mean, again, we talked about that previous Tech Delay Game 1 where they looked extremely confident. Kentucky is a new team, but for how much longer as Jason finds the first?
Yeah, and it really does make you think that maybe those audio issues that Kentucky was having actually really impacted what was going on. I mean, if you have one player who literally can't hear communications or calm out, it really is playing like you just have one teammate. It's a 2v3. You got that numbers advantage that you were talking about earlier with demos. You don't need to demo. You just need to take your opponent's headset off. So,
I mean, again, taking a player out at any cost, whether it's a demo or whether it's a physical thing. I mean, this LAN physically will take players out purely through the audio of the venue, which you guys will get to see on stream later today. You are not going to want to miss it about the lunch period. It starts to get a little crazy here, and it might get crazy in this series. Passing play for Kentucky as it's saved away as now Chipmunk will tap one down. Does he have more? No. Jay has room. Will he go for the reset? He fakes one. He's over 1 and 2, but not the third. Jason back on the net. Could be another shot, but instead Huds will kick this one away. Dev's got room on the sidewall, but Chipmunk has more. Does find the 50 in his own net. He'll pinch it with Jay, who gets his first.
Whew. Crazy attack sequence that we saw there. We saw that maybe Chipmunk was going to be able to clear it out of there, but Jay was there.
We're hearing screams from the Kentucky side as well. I mean, both from their passing play and from that pinch as well. Very unfortunate, but a 2-goal deficit with 2 minutes left in a LAN environment is definitely not safe. And so for Kentucky, there is still room to work, but they cannot let Jay shoot once again. He tries to fake with the solo jump there on the left side, but not able to find much more. As now Jason looks middle for a teammate, but it's a fake from the other Jay, as now that aforementioned other Jay, that's the reason he faked. He went all the way to the back corner, as this is the first time I think we've had the exact same name here at Boost on the Beach twice on the same team. So I apologize, and what in the world? Jay's playing for the wrong team.
Yeah, maybe having a little bit of too much fun early on. Let's see what even happens here.
He just shoots. He shoots. What can you say about that one, Bear? You can't. That right there, that might be tech. That might be tech. Also, chat is on, and for production's sake, I'll probably mention that we should probably turn that off. For the future teams who are at this event, we should probably get that off. But either way, we'll keep the game going. Kentucky does get kind of gifted a freebie there, and so now they're right back in this game. 90 seconds left and a little bit of change. We'll see if they can get out of their own half, though, because they've rarely been able to.
No, yeah. They probably had only one attack sequence this entire time, and now just fooling around midfield here. Jay looks for the attack. Jason was behind, but this is going to be time for Kentucky here.
Bomb is not able to find a 50. Now he might leave the net open for Dev, who does work his way over to. The net is open, but Huds with low boost able to get back to it, but not out of the woods, as Chipmunk will look for his teammate, but instead met by a George Mason player. 60 seconds left for Kentucky to maybe push us. A potential bump play is missed. The shot's off as well. 3v1 for Kentucky if they can actually move quickly, but they cannot, as now we'll see Chipmunk. It's actually going to be fakes galore. Huds by himself. He will not be able to find that touch. The net's open, but Jay misses, and the daggered shots are there for George Mason, but once again it's missed. Here comes the counter. There's a bump downfield, but nobody will touch Jay, and now the counter's right back on for Jason, who's got room. Up and over, up and under one with the fake, and now 40 seconds left.
It's just a bunch of little miscalculations after miscalculation here, but this isn't over here. Bombast finally has the opportunity to clear things out for the side of Kentucky. Chipmunk with the bump. And nothing. I mean, it's just what's been happening for the last full minute.
I mean, this is LAN 101 right here, as now Jay will try to finally find the dagger, but what a save from Huds. 20 seconds left in Kentucky on their back foot. They're going to have to bring something home to Lexington this event. They're going to try and do it here. 15 seconds left. Is there room for Chipmunk to find a dunk? He cannot. Jason gets over one, but is bumped. So the counter actually won't be found. The net's open, and that's the dagger. 7 seconds left, and George Mason have probably sealed it.
Oh, just so unfortunate for that entire sequence right there. We saw the commit from the side of Kentucky. It wasn't like it was just an open net, like they weren't prepared for it. Just a little bit of a miscalculation of where the ball is going to be, and as you said it, that really is going to be the dagger there. I mean, we could see some heroics in the next 5 seconds, but it's all going to be for naught.
That's it. I mean, Kentucky would have had to pull a kickoff strat and find something within 2 seconds, but we won't see another goal. George Mason, a scary first game, a scary first 1-0, but they do survive the drama and maybe the trauma after the tech buff. So either way, GMU 2-0, that's what you needed to get the day started.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, though, we were talking about that game differential, that point differential. Kind of the best outcome for Kentucky there. They eliminate those 3 goals out of the beginning, 1 goal differential, and then they kind of got a freebie. I mean, I don't know why we're saying kind of. They got a freebie.
They got gifted one, for sure. But, I mean, 0-2, it's unfortunately for Kentucky, I still believe this might be their easiest matchup of the day. I could see maybe some drama happening against your Northeastern boys.
Yeah, you have Northeastern.
I could see it, but George Mason is such a wild card, and I'm truly not sure which direction that team will go today. I mean, the Patriots, again, so much tenure, so much history, but this roster is not the same. I mean, can you name the last time you've seen a GMU roster without Titanium? Because I can't.
Yeah, really, a lot of switch-ups here. You see GMU at this event, and you think of players like that, right? This team is totally brand new. I think they did what they needed to do, though. Started out very strong. Could have started out a little bit stronger if, some things happened. But, yeah, started out 2-0. I think we do have a group graphic here, even though the standings aren't there.
I mean, we do know the standings.
Yeah.
Concord 2-0'd Maryland.
Yep.
And then George Mason obviously 2-0'd Kentucky. So it's not updated, but I can give you at least the TLDR. Yep. So Concord and George Mason will sit atop. You'll have Northeastern sitting right there in the middle still, and then you'll have Kentucky and Maryland joining them on the bottom half. And then for the rest of your schedule today, you are going to get some interesting games. Northeastern finally gets to take the pitch here on side stream, but they do have to play Concord. So it's a little tough draw to start your day off, but I mean, at least it's a warm-up that you really don't have expectations.
I was talking with the team earlier. They're treating it as a warm-up. So, yeah, they haven't been able to get on any PCs yet, so that'll be their warm-up for the day. But, yeah, looking at those teams, you're talking about that was probably Kentucky's easiest matchup. I think outside it really is going to be Northeastern or maybe Maryland, right? Like, you have a lot of testers, I suppose, but I really do think going over won't even actually confirm that 12th spot or that 11th spot. I think with how strong some of these groups are, like we'll take a look at Group B later in the day. I think there's a realistic option that there's going to be an over team in there as well.
Oh, it's easily the group of death. Yeah. Easily the toughest group. And also, we have time to get an interview down. If we want to grab either Tihan or maybe you want to grab Jason, the new player.
Let me see what I can get.
I'll hold your headset. I got you. All right, so while Nikita's gone, you're stuck with me. So first of all, welcome to Myrtle Beach. My name is DJ TJ. That was Bear. We're off to a pretty good start so far. I mean, it's the average esports event type of stuff. But big thank you to Syracuse and Shenandoah and Visit Myrtle Beach and many other incredible partners for making this event happen. Coastal Carolina is not that far from me. I'm sure we're going to get an interview with them some point later today, too. But we are going to get interviews going soon. Kentucky's passing behind me. We are not going to interview them because losers do not get interviews, unfortunately. But we're having a good time so far, and it's a pleasure to be here. So Bear is still running around trying to actually grab said player to interview. So we are waiting a very short moment for that. But again, for the time being, welcome to Boost on the Beach. For those of you who do not know how this event works, I might as well give you the entire rundown. It's best of 3 group stage all throughout today, which is pretty psychotic. It's pretty crazy, but it adds for some great content. And that's what we're here to provide. So what more can you ask for, really? And again, you can see the crew behind me. That's obviously Bepic, who you will get to see on broadcast in just a little bit, talking with the Kentucky crew. As those of you know, me and him are big Southeastern guys, so we're obviously talking with our boys. But we will get to talk with some more Southeastern guys with George Mason just a second here, as it looks like some of the crew is coming over. I believe we are going to get Jason on stream here. So we'll welcome Bear back, but we'll also welcome the GMU player. So he's got to put his stuff down first. So we'll give him a second, give him his beauty rest after that crazy first game. But welcome in.
Yeah.
Welcome to the stream. All right, so introduce yourself for everybody, and then I got a few questions for you.
What's up? I'm Jason, or Jasnon. Play for GMU. I don't know how I got here. So,
so I'm glad that you said that, because I want to start out. That's my first question. It's been a pretty crazy 2-3 weeks for you. Obviously, Adapt was previously on the roster. Now you take his spot. What has that experience been like now coming into the starting roster, especially one like GMU?
So it's definitely a weird experience because a lot of leagues are like roster locked. So I'm half playing for Academy and half playing for Patriots. It is pretty nice though, I will say. I got to go on this trip. Also, I hear myself. It's really weird.
It is weird. Yeah, I guess you haven't done this before, have you?
No, I've not. But it is really weird. I didn't expect to come to this trip at all, but I got given some food, so it's pretty nice.
I mean, hey, we're glad that you're here. Is this your first LAN, by the way, or is it second, third? Where does this rank?
I've been to one LAN, but it was a 2v2, and it was like really small.
So this is your first real collegiate LAN?
Yeah, and I didn't realize that like the winning team was supposed to go up and fist bump, so I may have missed them, and I feel really bad.
So we're already tilting. We're already getting some bad rep in for you in your debut.
I know. I wasn't the only one. Jay
so for the public
forgot.
record, he's not a bad guy. GMUs are not bad dudes. They just unfortunately forgot to fist bump.
I mean, just dumb, bro.
The Kentucky guys aren't going to take it to heart. We heard a lot of yelling. There was a lot of fun going on over there. Okay, well, I got one more question for you, and then we'll kind of send things off. Is obviously your group. You can see it on the side over there. I forget who you guys get to play next. You might know better than I do, but you get the 1-0 start. Where are you looking next here? Now that Mizzou's out of your group too, where do you think you guys are going to end up when it's all said and done?
You're totally asking the wrong guy because, like, this isn't an insult. I literally know nobody. Because, like, I'm not used. I didn't expect to come here, so I wasn't studying any of the teams. I would have been.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think. Wait, are we playing Maryland? It says so up there.
Yeah, you guys will actually be on main stage, so I'm going to let you get down there. But that's been the first series. You'll have new casters. You'll have a new game up soon, so don't go anywhere. BOTB will be right back.
Okay.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Boost on the Beach. We are now from main stage to the side stage for a fun little matchup here with Concord and Northeastern. Concord now coming off of that main stage performance, a 2-0 victory over University of Maryland here, trying to keep that momentum going into Northeastern here for their second matchup of Boost on the Beach.
Yeah, Group 1 has been off to a banger start so far, and Concord, of course, the leader in that regard. We'll go ahead and take a quick look at our standings. Concord and GMU both winning their game. GMU, of course, playing against Kentucky on our side stage, where we're now going to have Concord and Northeastern. So it's kind of a flip around, where, as you notice on there, Northeastern, they're 0-0. Is that a mistake? Nope, we got an odd number of teams. They can't play anybody yet, so this will be their first match of the game, and in fact, their third Boost on the Beach, where it is only Concord's first.
Yeah, no, I'm very excited to see where this Northeastern school goes. Right? I mean, we have Prosk, who we've seen here time and time again. I believe I'm pretty sure this is Prosk's third year. I know it's at least their second. I'm pretty sure 3 years for Prosk. Is a senior here for the Northeastern team. And then Harlequin as well, a brand new team, a freshman, as now we are going to go through a little bit of some Concord introduction here as well, right? I mean, we have CMAS, Crispy, and Helix, a bunch of studded players here for the Concord University team.
I love what those that he does too. I mean, it's really true. We got to see them play against Maryland on the first game, and by far won the mechanical battle.
Yeah.
In that specific instance, Felix had a hat trick in game number 1. Crispy had some incredible solo carries, but overall, the most important thing about this team is they are champions. They are built to be champions. They are expected to be champions at this event. Every single other team says that Concord is the best. They will be the ones to beat. And now we have Northeastern, and this is going to be one heck of an underdog story. Went 0-6 in the last Boost on the Beach, out in last place, did not win in the group stage either. They're coming back with a fresh face, as he said, in Harley Quinn, and looking to change that narrative. Yeah,
I know. I mean, Harlequin, that freshman, very, very mechanical. You said that just moments ago, that this player's good, right? In the air, on the ground, knows exactly where they need to be to find these angles of approach onto that goal, finding those passing lanes as well, and really can kind of do it all by themselves sometimes, right? We've seen a lot of individual flair from Harlequin just throughout the year, right? So it's very exciting to see what this player can do here going up against a very, very strong Concord team.
Yeah, and I'm curious with Northeastern, because they're another one of those teams that are coming into this event that they're hoping to continue to improve. You're adding this new player to your roster. Prox and Angebro have been there for a while. Interesting fact, actually, just to show you the age gap between some of these teams. When Angebro started playing Rocket League, Harlequin was only 10 years old. So,
oh my.
Yeah,
okay.
This is quite a wide range of this team, but nonetheless, Northeastern have adopted Harlequin into their roster and have clearly had no problem with it. An incredibly mechanical player, Angebro and Prosk have all of that experience behind them, and they're using that to work to their best interests in implementing and supporting their incoming freshmen.
Yeah, Angebro, I guess, the granddad of the team, and then we got Harlequin, the little squirt, I guess, the little champ. That would be fun if Angebro was like, oh, good job, champ, and gives him a little hair tussle, or something like that with the oversized baseball cap that we see at least in the movies. They have the
they do that
oversized
there.
ball
That's
caps.
true.
Usually the Dodgers or something like that they have on, depending on where the movie setting is.
Yeah. I mean, that's true. I wanted to see that. I mean, we can kind of see them from over here. They're playing a little bit off behind us. If you move your head the other direction, there you go. See, there's our players right over there. So they're jamming. They got a whole view of the venue that's been going on. The hangout has been popping so far, and I gotta say, this is for a Northeastern team that's coming in first match of the day. Like, let's ease into it. Let's get warmed up. This is an unfortunate team to have to play for a warm-up match, getting your feet wet against the best that we've got going on here, at least so far. It's going to be tricky. Northeastern, though, are a team, as they said themselves, learn a ton from their losses and can kind of bring that back into the rest of the day. So hopefully this can provide a boost of momentum for their later games. Yeah,
I know this Northeastern team has been preparing a lot outside and before this event went underway, right? They were a lot of in-person practices, a lot of scrims from this Northeastern team, so they feel ready and prepared to come in and try to show up here against some of this really tough competition that we have here at Boost on the Beach this year. But, I mean, this is game one. The rust might be clinging a little bit, so game one will kind of tell us what the vibes are like for this Northeastern team coming into this Concord matchup. But, I mean, hey, sometimes there's no rust. Sometimes you just go out and you kill it. So we will have to wait and see what Northeastern can do going into this Concord matchup. But the most likely scenario is Concord comes out with a win here, being the favorites in this tournament.
It's still a best of 3, though, so it's pretty fast. It's going to move along, and with Concord already 2-0 on the day, they make that a 4-0 is kind of the question here. Northeastern, I'll go them a little bit of slack at the beginning. I want to see where they're kind of starting out, get a baseline, and we did see that with Concord too. Is that they're like, all right, we're going to take our time. Let's see if we can recognize some of the patterns of the other team. But they implement those changes so fast. As soon as they pick something up, just snap their fingers, and suddenly they're like, all right, we know what we're doing. We know what our game plan is, and we saw it in our previous match. Concord completely were able to outpace Maryland on this offensive side. We're moving quickly across the midfield and set up a border. With Northeastern have a similar pattern, or they manage to break through, who seems to be the unbeatable.
Group A now, the first matchup here for Northeastern. All these series are going to be best of 3 scenarios, right? So game 1, we often see teams try to feel it out, see what we're going to do. But if you fall behind that 1-0, you're on match point all of a sudden. You don't sometimes have that time to adjust, as Simas already on the board in the first 18 seconds here. Helix tossing that one up off of that backboard, and the follow-up just to perfection. The demo coming through as well. Perfect from Concord.
You can see Northeastern, they knew where the ball was going to be. They had a player positioned in the backboard. It just was a little bit too short to make connection with the ball there. So Concord getting an early lead to start out. Game number 1. Harquin now. A little bit of a pass to Prost, but if there's one thing Concord likes to do, it's take these 50s at a shooting fast pace, as we just saw. Helix now carrying in front of the net. Doesn't need support. He can do it all by himself.
Yeah, Helix is just one of those guys, one of those players that can just come in here and swing immediately, taking it away from Angebro, finding that solo goal now. 2-0 lead here in game number 1 for Concord. Let's see what Northeastern can do to try to respond. But again, the kickoff heavily in favor of Concord. Angebro intercepting that pass here and there, but unable to capitalize on anything.
Helix now. Bit of a booming shot downfield. Crispy ready to recept it. Bit of a 50 in the mid. Angebro now. Lost control. An attempted little flip reset. Got a little fancy. I can admire that, but Crispy is not here for the shenanigans. Concord are taking every opponent serious, and as you can see, Crispy diving down from the top ropes, keeping Northeastern out of the net, but yet the Huskies relentless on this attack.
Yeah, Northeastern finally finding some momentum here on this offensive side. There it is. Harlequin having some angles. Angebro with a shot on goal. Crispy back on that defensive side, but Prosk keeping it in possession of Northeastern into that corner. Harlequin now having some boost to their name. Will they be able to do anything with it? No. Simas able to intercept that pathing that they were going for, but still the pressure coming on from the Huskies.
All right, Huskies, I see it. I see it happening. This is already much more offense than we got to see from Concord's previous opponent, and they're having to sweat it a little on making sure their own net is covered. Helix and Crispy, though, a bit of a double commit on that ball, sets them out of position, and Angebro in position for what he thought was a bit of a clear. But the reset from Concord, fast as ever, position at the midfield. Prosk now down to the back corner. No one from the Huskies able to recept, so he'll have to do it by himself. Against Crispy again. He had a big carry like this last time. The dribble is clean, set up to Helix, but no, Harlequin in the way.
Harlequin indeed in the way, able to break up that pass there. Prosk now winning out on that 50-50. Simas and Helix on that backside, able to find that clear back into Concord's favor. Now trying to find a cross somewhere. Crispy off the backboard. Helix unable to find an angle here as it's pushed over into the corner. Prosk now in position to possibly strike, but will instead opt for that defensive positioning, not wanting to go on a triple commit as Angebro now has to get back on the defensive side. A little bit of a whiff coming through from Simas there on Concord, but nothing to fret as now we pass that halfway mark of game number 1.
It could have been bad for Northeastern, but it just got worse. There'll be a third for Concord, too, and Prosk had the right idea. Simas was just there first. Prosk too far ahead, faked him out. Helix up to tap it in. So Mountain Lions, once again, showing they know how to read the ball, to read the play, and therefore get themselves in the right spot at the right time.
Concord now 3-0 up here in game. Oh, yep. Well, that's tough.
Okay.
I thought they just saved that. I was like, there is no way you got back in time to find that save. CMS now back on the board yet again here off of that kickoff. I really thought that was going to kick out somehow, and that was about to be insane, but instead, kickoff goal.
There's only so much you can do from that angle. You don't have boosts. You're just kind of working with what you got, and the only touch you can get, unfortunately, not of the greatest quality there. So CMS with 2 goals so far in this game, and a nice little carry. It was Prosk who stole it away, yet it's still connected with Crispy somehow. A little bit of a pass between teams using each other as barriers, but it's, Northeastern almost had the shot on goal. But Concord, even if it looks like their net is wide open, it's really not.
Yeah, someone just kind of teleports and appears in the net whenever Concord needs it. It was Crispy that time able to find that one. Is now a shot on goal, just barely going wide from Crispy there. Harlequin now trying to get some momentum back in the Huskies' favor, but the clears on target. CMS trying to go for a touch there. Helix off of the backboard. Crispy with the follow up. 5-0 Concord.
That's what we do, people. Teamwork makes the dream work. The MO of Concord right now. And I gotta respect this. Northeastern, again, have gotten a lot more offensive plays. It's made Concord be on their toes more, but yet they're still keeping up with this pace that no other team has managed to find yet. They're kind of stumbling over themselves, getting there, and eventually you're forcing their backs to break, and that's what happened to Northeastern. Now at a 5-goal deficit, about to be 6. Can they come back from this?
The angle of that shot is absolute perfection, right? You have 2 defenders on Northeastern in position, but just upper corner, unable. Oh, sorry, that was Crispy. There was 1 defender for Northeastern there, but I mean, just a perfect spot to put that ball beautifully into that upper corner. Concord now with a 6-0 lead here in game number 1 with approaching now a minute to go here. Northeastern, can they get anything started? But it's not looking likely because Concord really is just relentless on this offensive side.
At this point, it's kind of over for Northeastern in this game. I mean, the best you can do is keep up this defense. It was a nice save there. If you can get a goal on the board, great. Right now, you're looking at a game 2, game 3 kind of scenario. If you're wanting to win this for Northeastern, Harlequin, though, had a good carry. A bunch of players locked up in the net. Can Adjabro take advantage? Not quite. Concord quick to get back up on their feet.
Every member from the Huskies having a touch in that offensive strike, but are just unable to find the angles. Helix now with a pass down low. Crispy unable to capitalize on that one. Now CMS now keeping it in Northeastern's half of the pitch as now Northeastern tries to get some kind of passing play going, but running out of boost is Prosk. Means that they won't be able to get anything started. A pass coming over to Helix, but Harlequin able to find that one and interrupt that passing lane as the seconds tick down. Concord with a commanding 6-0 victory. Crispy trying to get a little sneaky with that one, but unable to connect with Helix on that cross. Trying to finish that game off with some flair.
Yeah, Concord coming into this with a full sweep mentality. And I do respect Concord for that. They know they're good. They've said on the interview that they're good, but they're relatively humble about it. Like, they're not like, we respect our opponents. They're always going to give their best, regardless if you're playing a team full of the top 5 players in the world or you're playing a team full of silver players. So I do really respect that out of a team. They're giving it their all. They're getting used to this environment and taking this opportunity to prepare for these matches that'll be a little more challenging along the line. Northeastern did a lot better in that game, though, than I thought they would. Even if they didn't get any goals on the board, they had some nice spurts of offense going, some shots that made Concord kind of work for it there. So will that change once we reset that scoreboard entirely? That's kind of the question. Can the Huskies stay out of their own head?
Yeah, we got to see if the Huskies can get any clears back in their favor and transition that cleanly into some offensive pressure, because right now they're doing all right on the defensive side. Granted, Concord did put up 6 goals, but that was really just relentless shot after shot coming through from Concord. If they are able to find those clears, that is what will be able to get the Huskies back in position to find some offensive power that they were not able to find there in game number 1.
Yeah, but it's not going to be easy. Concord have set themselves up like a brick wall here. So heading into game number 2, the task certainly tall for the Northeastern Huskies. Have to see what they can make of it, though. Harlequin first with possession, but it drops down to the Mountain Lions, waiting to pounce. Bit of a whiff on the side. Helix with the carry. Anjabro interrupting it. Now it's more so on Prosk. Northeastern unit past the midfield line with close control. I like this close passing. Mountain Lions much harder to insert themselves, yet Helix still finds a way to do it.
Yeah, Helix able to find the avenue, find that slight window to get in touch of in between that passing zone. There it is. But yeah, I mean, Concord looking good on the defensive side yet again. Northeastern having some life here with those passing lanes starting to open up, but unable to find any angles just yet as Concord now finds himself with an opening. Seamus trying to get active, but unable to find the goal. Crispy now trying to find a cross. Seamus again with a shot on goal. Defense coming up huge. The crossbars and the posts also coming up huge for Northeastern.
It's like watching a tennis match. Like, oh, it's going to go this way. Oh, it's going to go this way. It's going back again. That's just what Concord have been doing, making Northeasterns have their heads on a swivel, but somehow that ball remains out of the net. Helix looking to change that now. Collides with Harley Quinn. It's enough to stop at least his momentum. Not that of Seamus. Big booming shot down to the other side. Prosk looking to regain control, yet Helix gets there first. Ends up ricocheting off the cars of Northeastern and back down to the other end. Concord to continue their attack.
Angebro with control of the ball. Seamus as well getting demoed there. Might be an opening, but instead off of that, well, it's a pass from up top. I thought that was going to be an insane pass play coming through, and it was, but good job from Northeastern able to intercept that passing play. Angebro and Prosk now just trying to keep possession of this ball in Concord's half of the pitch. Are able to do so for the time being. Harlequin getting bumped out of the way. Seamus able to find that touch, and now shots on goal coming through. Possible double tap, not able to connect. Crispy now trying to find an angle. Seamus trying to follow up, but Angebro able to push that one out of the way.
I'm really impressed with Northeastern. You can see how their veteran players are really helping them set up and see where these plays, but I guess they had a blind spot because Seamus pulled out of nowhere. We have Concord, their first of the game, just about to reach that halfway point.
Yeah, and that's Prosk with an unfortunate miss there. Concord first on the board here in game number 2. I mean, Prosk was just trying to push that one out of the front of the goal, but they were unable to do so, right? I mean, they were trying to just find a quick and easy clear, but a whiff strikes true here. Concord 1-0 on the board. Crispy now pushing it over into Northeastern's corner. Harlequin able to meet that one and try to have some possession of their own as Prosk looks for a clear.
A bit of a slower game so far, but it was in the second half that we saw Concord really start to take off. And Northeastern putting a lot of strain on themselves just to keep up with what the Mountain Lions have been throwing at them, but Seamus here looking to test those limits once again. Proskins alongside Angebro here have been really good at kind of reading the plays that Concord have been setting up, getting in preemptive positioning instead of just taking these 50s on a whim. So you can kind of see them taking that like millisecond there to read the situation, take an opportunity. Prosk there off the backboards. Harlequin at the follow-up, not quite an opportunity for the Huskies, unfortunately. Goes wide.
Yeah, Prosk had an opportunity.
Pinch.
Harlequin as well. Helix able to catch that one off of that pinch potential. Like you say, Northeastern struggling still to find the goal. They have some more pressure on this offensive side, but Concord, the defense, just stepping up. Angebro now will have an open net. Prosk there as well. Harlequin with a beautiful pass from midfield.
They got one in. It's possible, Northeastern. You can do it once. You can do it again. Concord caught sleeping. Well, not quite. Helix had it. He was so close, but that's the thing. If you're moving so fast and you're even a hair off, that risk can turn far against you. So Concord now at an even game. Not something we've seen so far today.
All tied up now. Angebro trying to find a clear. We'll find that one half field. Seamus now. Crispy back over to Seamus, unable to get to the ball in time. Helix now trying to get something going on their own, but no, the defense holding strong for the Huskies as we approach the final minute of game number 2. The Huskies trying to force a game 3.
They might be able to do it, but step number 1 needs to get Concord off the wall, break out these fly swatters, because you got some pests in your field. Northeastern, though, at least managed to force Seamus back. You lose control of the ball, though. Seamus dropping from down below, and Crispy now juggle opportunity. We saw him do this once before, where he just kind of escorted all the way across the field. Northeastern, they ain't having any of that.
Yeah, we saw Seamus and Helix there trying to go for a pinch play at midfield as now we approach the final 30 seconds. Crispy in the air, has the angle, takes the shot. Harlequin with the save. Another follow-up coming through as well. Prosk, wide open goal. Northeastern take the lead with 18 to go.
What in the world? Concord, they left their back door open, and it was a Husky who made its way into the house. 2-1 lead now for Northeastern. Concord needing to get one on the board to force an overtime.
18 seconds is all that Concord has. Andrew winning out on that kickoff. 14 and counting. Northeastern keeping the ball in Concord's half of the field. Harlequin with across. Seamus now with possession of the ball, trying to find some kind of passing lane, but Prosk is there to intercept. Harlequin now just trying to find the spike. Will be able to do so. Concord losing their first map of boost. Northeastern drawing first blood against the Mountaineers. Not Mountaineers. What am I doing?
Mountain Lions.
Mountain
You were
Lions.
close.
That's it. Yeah. Mountaineers are West Virginia. Yeah, my bad.
Who thought Northeastern could do this? I mean, both of us were going into this game. We're like, oh, are we going to get another sweep today? No. The Huskies are here. They are awake and ready to play. Concord dropping a game against a team. Is it the end of the world? Absolutely not. But just getting that from Northeastern to a team who, honestly, is pretty low ranked amongst those that are here. I guess like within bottom 5 or 6 teams right now is where most teams are anticipating them to finish. But if you're going to come up and take a game off Concord, Ben, this very well could be the narrative, especially if you can come back and take the whole series.
If they take this series, I am going to be shocked, right? I mean, everyone coming into today, this weekend as a whole is like, yeah, Concord, Davenport, 1-2 in that order. That's in that order. That's just what is going to happen, right? But Northeastern spicing it up a little bit here. A 2-1 victory there for the Huskies over the Mountain Lions. There it is.
Go.
There it is.
It's a cat.
It is a cat, yeah. I don't know why I thought Mountaineers. I think I just had West Virginia in my brain for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, they are a West Virginia school, so you were kind of close. So I can't fault you too much for that. But they might if they see, depending on how this game goes. Game number 3 now. Next one will win, and a very low scoring compared to game number 1. 6-0 Concord into a 2-1 Northeastern. The Huskies riding a wave of momentum right now. And Andrew right along with it, outmaneuvers Felix, but can't get past Crispy.
Yeah, Helix gets outmaneuvered, like you say, but Crispy back on that defensive side, able to find the clear in favor of Concord. Now Harlequin trying to push it out of the corner, but Seamus pushing it right back in. The cross coming through. Angelbro will push that one along to the far corner now. Crispy back up in the air. Helix with the demo, but Seamus back on that defensive side, able to find the clear, trying to get aggressive as well. A waterfall angle, Harlequin intercepting that one, but still now Concord finding themselves pretty much in control on the offensive side thus far. A few clears coming the Huskies' way, but they have been unable to follow up on most of them.
Yeah, we're starting it slow, just like we did in game number 2. Neither team wants to take a risk, because if we're going to be in a low-scoring game, that one-goal insurance suddenly becomes a lot more powerful here. So Angebro, as a good touch, and actually will be able to follow up, but no collision with his teammate there. Throws him off target, and Prosk just short of a ricochet. The Huskies keeping the ball in the orange half of the pitch, but Helix doesn't like that. He prefers the color blue. Understandable. It is a pretty cool color, unless you're a Northeastern fan.
Yeah, that's fair. Oh, man. Crispy getting a little fancy with it there off of the wall, but unable to find the goal as Northeastern, the Huskies, stand true on the defensive side. Prosk now with a great save coming through. Crispy was coming across trying to find that bump, but was unable to do so. 0-0 here in game number 3 through the first couple of minutes. Angelo trying to change that, but no. Crispy back on that defensive side, able to find the save for Concord.
See Helix now, though, open in. No, not quite. Prosk. They kind of hidden behind the ball there, blending in with the background. I don't think Concord are ready for that. And Northeastern, Prosk and Angebro in particular are, again, showing their veteran experience, not giving Concord any ground whatsoever. This ball all over the field. Possession not dominated by one team or the next, although Northeastern have definitely spent more time on the saving part than the shooting.
Andrew with that demo does stop Concord's offensive play. He must making contact with that aerial dribble that Angebro was going for there midfield. 2 minutes, close to 2 minutes to go here in game number 3. A shot off the crossbar, the follow-up. Simas able to score and find Concord's lead 1-0.
And that's a tough one, too. As we said before, when these games are as close as they are, when the scores tend to be low, one goal could mean the whole game is over. Northeastern, we're in this exact same position around the same time, ironically, too. So if we're going to see Northeastern come back, they like to do so from behind.
Yeah, 2 minutes to go here. Still plenty of time for Northeastern to try to find a goal here to tie it up at 1 apiece. But right now, Helix trying to make it a 2-0 ball game. But Harlequin, Simas with a beautiful shot on goal. But Harlequin back on that defensive side, able to find a glorious save to keep Northeastern within one. Harlequin again with another beautiful save, 1-0 Concord.
As freshman pulling his weight right now, Northeastern keeping this at a 1-goal differential. But again, Concord's ability to traverse the field in just like one pass and not be interrupted because you're playing so far into the skybox, it's incredible. Very few can do it, and it results in plays like that. Simas stretching Northeastern's defense to its thinnest and finding a gap.
Yeah, Ansbro trying to get another touch on that one. Harlequin trying to get back on the defensive side, but Simas just in position, able to catch the clear that Ansbro was trying to go for, find that flip, find that goal, and now Concord has a little bit of a cushion to work with. Harlequin able to find a demo onto Simas, now just trying to find a clear, but no one on Northeastern able to follow up as Prosk has to be back on that defensive side after that on-target clear from Concord.
Angebro and Prosk, I mean, they're doing their darndest just to taste down this ball, but they don't want to commit too much boost because then you don't have any follow-up for the shot. Harlequin, for the majority of this game, has been stuck on the defensive side, leaving it to these experienced players to set up these offensive plays, and Helix Crispy just playing out of their minds right now, keeping this ball far away from the Huskies' clutches. Even the touches they do manage to get almost immediately received by Mountain Lions.
Angebro now in the corner. It's 3 members of Northeastern on this offensive side, now back on that defensive rotation. Harlequin with some boost off the ceiling, won't be able to win out on that 50-50 with Crispy now. Helix trying to maintain possession there for Concord as we approach 30 seconds. Prosk with a shot on goal, but Crispy back in time, keeps the cushion alive.
I swear, he just teleports. He appears out of thin air. Crispy apparently has unlocked a new Rocket League mechanic that we're not aware of, and it just be invisible and appear behind the ball, and of course get a pass set up for Helix, centered ball off the goalpost. Simas with the follow-up, and that will be the nail in the coffin. Concord should take the series.
Yeah, Simas, that is indeed the nail. Helix with that touch off of the post, a 3-0 lead with 6 to go here in game number 3 means, yeah, game 3 all done and dusted. Northeastern will be a miracle if they can come out with a win or a tie ball game, but after that kickoff going Concord's way, the ball will hit the ground at some point as soon as Simas decides they want it to, or rather Concord, for that matter, will find that touch, and it'll be a victory for Concord. But now we see that the Mountain Lions, hey, they can bleed.
They certainly can, and Northeastern, the ones to dig their teeth in first, and even if you end up losing that game, you got to be pretty happy. If you're Northeastern, you did something that no team has done yet, and likely won't do for a good chunk of the bracket. So that's something to keep in mind, but we did see the true colors of Concord. We have to acknowledge that at pretty much every turn in that series, Concord was in control. We were playing Concord's game, and Northeastern were able to escape it for a brief couple of seconds, get some goals on the board at great times for them. It's just not enough to turn down a game that is just not going in your direction.
Yeah, I mean, it was great stuff really from Concord on the defensive side as well, right? Northeastern had some looks, they had angles, but specifically Crispy, right, was everywhere on that defensive side. You could just not get it past that player. It was just relentless defense from them. I mean, we saw towards the end of that game number 3, Prosk had an open, it looked wide open, right? And then Crispy just appeared out of nowhere, finding that save, and then we're able to transition that into another Concord goal.
Yeah, Concord, again, so far have the best ability to take something like, oh, wow, what a great save. Oh, wait, they're shooting the ball now? Like, that's just the energy that I'm getting from this team. And if they can keep that up throughout the bracket, we may see them glow flawless. Getting a game off It's going to hurt. It might affect tiebreakers later
Possibly,
on, but for now, it's something that you are going to be A-okay with. However, we get to hear that directly from them, as it does appear we do have a player ready to jump in on the interview, so I'm going to head out, and you are going to go ahead and get an interview started with our player.
Who do we got? CMOS? Alrighty, well, welcome to the desk. First and foremost, congratulations on the win. You dropped your first game, however.
Yeah.
What kind of happened there in game number 2?
You know, we just kind of got too comfortable, started like pre-jumping, go for crazy plays, but, you know, we underestimated them. But last game we locked in and closed it out pretty easily.
I mean, last game, I believe you had 2 goals in that final game there. One to seal the deal with that third one. I believe you had the first one in the game as well. What is kind of that communication like, and kind of what this team cohesion is that you guys have going here in Concord?
I mean, when we went to the game 3, we were just like, all right, let's stop trolling, you know, lock in. We started calming, so just had to win.
Had to win, and when you did, you now advance 2-0 in this group. You're past Maryland now, you're past Northeastern. Who else in this group are you guys really looking for to have a little bit of a challenge come through in Group A?
I think Maryland was our strongest opponent. I think Kentucky would be funny because they're like a bunch of goobers, like they're funny guys. I can't wait to play them. Yeah.
Well, there you go. Well, congratulations on the win. Congratulations on the 2-0 start thus far on Boost on the Beach. We're going to toss it to a quick break as we get side stage set up for our next matchup. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back to Boost on the Beach 2025. We're over here on the side stage, the B stream, with myself, Zombie Xander. I'm joined by Bepic.
Yeah.
You may have just caught us over here on the main stream, but they're down there now. We're up here.
They stole our spots.
And I'm too tall for this camera. This needs to be adjusted.
Here, we can back up, and I'll just I'm as tall as Xander.
Yes, we are the same size.
Here, you back up, and I'll be like this. There we go. That's
playing
perfect.
with perspective.
That's how we should have done it.
We're having a good time here at the Hangout here at Myrtle Beach. What a venue that we get to have a tournament here in. This is an active restaurant with lots of excitement all around. Our players are back here behind us along the balcony. And we're going to have lots of exciting Rocket League coming at you today.
Keep it going. I mean, it's been exciting so far. Both the series, mainstream and side stream, went to Game 3 between Northeastern and Concord up here a second ago. I heard that was a good series. Good finish as well, 2-0 in Game 3 for Concord. But I'm happy to see Northeastern fighting that closely with the top team in their group. And I expected Concord to drop games, even though they are the favorite. It's best of threes. It's on land. Anything can happen. And so I'm glad it's happening sooner rather than later, because maybe we'll get some more parity on land. I wouldn't mind it if Concord's brought down a peg, and same for Davenport later, because I know those two are confident about their ability to run to the grand finals.
I do love a little bit of excitement and intrigue, but let's take a look at our matchup coming up here next. Maryland for the first time over here on the B stream. Let's meet the team.
All right, we just saw them. Hexy, Waders, and Turtle looking good in the sand tube as well. It's funny they chose that as their location. Although as Terrapins, I think it makes sense.
Sure. Having
that shelter above them, and of course they got the coach behind them. They look good on the main stage against George Mason. Had to fight adversity up there for their second series on the day.
Absolutely, yeah. And of course, Waders, his first LAN ever.
Yep.
So really exciting to have him. And let's go ahead and meet the Kentucky squad.
These guys have plenty of LAN experience. Chipmunk Man hosts LANs as well as plays on them. He's the captain of this roster, and he's still a youngster, but he's a great leader, and he's got the mechanical prowess of HUDs and the bombist behind him. Of course, Coach Wada is ready to step in on a moment's notice. I think he's on the Kentucky B team, so if they need his expertise on the sticks, maybe he could sub in, but I know he's got the knowledge behind him.
Yeah, great squad. This is, I believe Kentucky's second match. Most of the other teams have played two at this point. This will be their second. Of course, a little bit of that. It's kind of how the group stages have worked out so far, with Mizzou dropping right before the tournament. So they've only gotten to play one, and that was against Concord? GMU.
Yep.
The way that GMU played that game, it just gave me Concord vibes, right? Wow.
Absolutely. They look good. I mean, they definitely used that first series as a warm-up. I expect Kentucky to have done the same because that was a sloppy one. We watched from behind them. There were some tech difficulties they had to stay warm through, but still, when we got onto the field, it was a little bit rough. And Kentucky, I know, can play better than that. I know they can play better than that. And I know they're here to have some fun. And against Maryland, if they're able to grab a game or two, they'll really be having a good time.
Yeah, Maryland riding high right now, of course, off of that 2-1 victory over GMU.
Yep.
And so, this is, if this match goes the way of Kentucky, then there's kind of this three-way, we beat the other team kind of. Yeah. We're going to have to, then we'll start going and look at goal differentials and who beat who by more. But a lot of these games have been so close. That's going to be really tight, too.
Game threes, one-goal games, it's what you'd hope for on land. Entertainment at its finest. And once we do get into this one, I expect it'll be close. I think Maryland definitely should beat Kentucky. I think they have a cleaner offense, and defensively they were a little skittish against George Mason. I don't know if that was main stage nerves. I know this is Wader's first LAN. We've been talking about that, but apparently he was getting loud. He was commanding the troops a little bit. I heard from their coach, acting like he's been here doing this for years.
You love to see that, right? You have somebody that is really just fresh to this environment in in-person competition, and all of a sudden just coming out into their own element. You see the birth of a new player for a team like that, and it's just great to see.
It is awesome because I've also heard that he's the quietest person online, and then you get him in person, he's the one popping off and getting loud. So we're a little ways away from the side stream setup where the players are playing over here in the casting booth. Maybe we'll hear him popping off if Maryland's doing well against Kentucky.
Oh, absolutely, right? I mean, they're not that far away, but again, this is a very lively environment. The rates
right there.
Over there.
Yeah, you can see the lights.
But we're having a good time, right? I mean, this is just so much excitement. And then right next to us, right up on this side stream, we have this entire Smash Brothers competition happening. There's a high school showcase where they're doing a bunch of crew battles today, and we're going to be able to set up an opportunity on the A stream where the top two teams are going to play against one another during around halftime when we swap from Group A to Group B. And then tomorrow we've got an incredible bracket with all sorts of top players coming from the region. We've got the Peanut tournament happening today, in fact, and in Myrtle Beach, and a lot of those players we've convinced to stick around and come hang out with us at the Hangout.
Yeah.
It's going to be a great time.
Get some good food, watch some good Rocket League. That's the deal you're in for here at the Hangout. And speaking of the latter, Maryland versus Kentucky, a big one for the Wildcats, and for Maryland to continue their road to a top 2 seed coming out of Group A. This is another one that they need to win. And in a best of 3, we've talked about it, anything can happen. So once we do get down on the pitch, I want to see how both teams decide to attack one another.
Some of these graphics, this production crew has done an incredible job. It looks so good. Really, really impressed with the work that this team has put in. And we get to reap all the benefits of looking good on camera while all of this work behind the scenes is happening. The team is here alive. We've got TOs, we've got production squad, we've got our talent. I mean, this is just a huge production all in all, both on the production and broadcast side of things, but also in the competition side of things. And a lot of hardworking students coming in from a bunch of different universities, Shenandoah, Coastal Carolina, Syracuse. This is really a collaboration and a labor of love between these different universities to try and bring just great Rocket League competition down to a place that doesn't get to see a lot of esports.
It is a celebration of esports. It's a lot of fun, but also with $5,000 on the line for Rocket League. We've talked about it a little bit, but the top 3 teams taking away a couple Ks if they're able to nab a podium spot. I mean, first gets $3,000, and I'm sure they'll split it up with the coach as well. But those players, I and a G maybe. That's not too shabby.
That's a good weekend right there, right? You get to come down to Myrtle Beach and just explore some of the tourism around here, and thanks to Myrtle Beach Tourism for having us, and come away with a couple grand. You know, that'd be all right with me. But of course, top 3 in the cash. So even if there are expected front runners in this tournament, in that of Concord and Davenport, there's still money on the line for that 3rd place, and there's still opportunities for upsets abound, right? Single elimination tournament. Once we get into Sunday, one mistake and the tides could turn.
Especially in an environment as volatile as the Hangout is. I don't know if on the B stream we've been going while a get up on that table moment has happened yet.
Not yet.
But you can
today.
definitely hear that over the microphones once it does happen. And if a series is going while people are up on a table dancing, that is something that I think even the most stoic of players will get distracted by.
Yeah, I'm excited to see a little bit of that. We got to get a roaming cam on them a little bit. If nothing, just a picture-in-picture of somebody getting Fortnite dance next to while they're trying to hit a flip reset.
You see the kid doing the worm on the table?
Yeah, that was insane.
Yeah, that's the kind of venue we're at right here, and the kind of distractions that these two teams will have to suffer a bit through, if we'll call it suffering. But we are all here to have some fun, and we're getting everything set up right now between Kentucky and Maryland. And for Kentucky, I think Game 1 will be a defining game for them early on on in this series. Obviously, it kind of has to be for both teams because these are best of threes.
Right.
And, game one it puts you on match point if you win it. But I want to see how they come out and play around each other because if they're having a little bit too much fun, I think it does show in their playing. They're a little antsy to go up together sometimes for the balls, but when they're actually playing around each other and hitting the ball with a lot of intention behind it, searching for passes, searching for ways to break through a good defense like Maryland has, that's when Kentucky's at their best. That's when they're a potential threat in the playoff bracket tomorrow.
Yeah, and I like Kentucky as a squad because talking to them a little bit before the tournament, this is not a squad that's really taking themselves too seriously.
No.
They're here to have a good time. They're here to play some Rocket League, and if that nets them positive experience on the pitch, then for all intents and purposes, that's a victory in Kentucky's eyes.
Right, they're just here to have some fun and experience the beach, play on land, and vibe. And we saw that earlier when they were playing George Mason. I was in the seats behind them for that one, and it was nothing but fun. Maybe too much fun at some points, but I do love a team with that sort of mindset because it relieves a lot of pressure.
Oh, yeah.
And Kentucky know that they're underdogs here. I think they would also have themselves probably seeded last coming into this event.
Yeah.
So to just take games and pose threats to a team like Maryland that is locked in for this event because they're a contender for top 3 here, then this should be a fun one for the Wildcats and hopefully for the Terrapins. They can have some fun too while they are so locked in.
Yeah, and you kind of have to expect that from Maryland, right? Even just looking at their faces when they were competing, we had face cams down on A-Stream, and when GMU was hooting and hollering, Maryland locked in even after their victory of the series. They were locked in, continuing to play. Well, not continue to play, but continue to sit there, calm, discuss what might have gone wrong until we got to talk to Hexy in the interview. And, that can be a difference maker in LAN, is how you carry yourself, how you set expectations for yourself. Obviously, wins are great. But if you take the losses too hard, the wins won't come easy.
All right, I think we might be getting into game one here. We've had to find the perfect lobby for all these guys, but I think we have actually done it. So shout out to our admins, shout out to production, shout out to Kentucky and Maryland. Doing battle now on the side stream, as this is an important one when we look at the landscape of Group A.
Absolutely. And as you said, early on in this game is going to tell tales of really how each of these teams are going to be approaching this matchup. And honestly, Maryland looking pretty good. Doesn't look like they missed a beat so far coming off of that game against GMU. Turtle going up for this one. Going to be putting this in the back left wall. A nice collection from Waiters. A shot on goal, but defended by Bombist.
And you can see how confident Maryland is playing right now, going for a ball like that on the goal line, positioning themselves aggressively in their offensive zone, and they're trying to see if Kentucky breaks with a little bit of disrespect right there, as they are positioning pretty deep into Wildcat territory. So that's how the Terrapins seem to be approaching game one here, and they've caused a little bit of scramble on the Kentucky side, but so far, UKY doing pretty well defensively.
Yeah, sometimes that can be kind of a gambit, right? That forward posturing offense, if you haven't gotten quite set up yet. Just kind of see, like you said, how that team is going to react. And look at this collection of Terps here right on the front side of the field for Kentucky. Turtle going up for this one on the back wall. Nice pass towards the net off the back wall. Going to be swatted away back on Maryland's side.
Oh, that's nicely done by Waiters, dodging Chip right there as he was searching for a demo to clear some space to add to that already solid clear from Kentucky. But Waiters dodges it and gets away from Maryland. They'll keep on possessing the ball in this Kentucky end, getting everybody to jump. Everyone stacked up on the goal line as the Bombist and Chipmunk Man both hop up, double commit defensively, and without a ton of resources to start with, Kentucky's in a rough spot.
Oh, I like that demo from Hexy. This stops him kind of from really setting up in transition. Now Waiters forced to get back with Chip. And the pressure from Huds here. Now Turtle, I think missed that one. And now continuing, Chip with a shot on net. Just a little bit wide.
It's a good 50 though. Will lead to a rebound opportunity, although Hexy cuts it down pretty quickly there with a solid read. keeps control of the ball there on the Maryland goal line, and they look composed in defense. That's how they won against George Mason, and now with a demo up ahead, they'll be scoring first here in Game 1.
Hex was the last person to score in the last series against GMU and the first person to score against Kentucky. Surprising it came 2.5 minutes into game number 1. We're expecting a little bit more high-scored games with Maryland in the last series. And but they're up 1-0, right? And that's exactly where we want to be.
And looks like we're going to have a tech pause, I'm assuming, because no one's going for the ball. And that's typically something you do in Rocket League. So we are going to come back to me and Xander, see what the issue is over there and how our admins can fix it.
Well, you know, this we talked about it on A-Stream. There's no land without some tech issues. And we're trying to minimize them as best as we can. And that's exactly, well, somebody else is trying to minimize them. We're just here talking. That's our job. We've got our role, and it's just continue to discuss the things we see around us. Sometimes it's on the screen in front of us. Sometimes it's the things, the people, the environment.
The George Mason Northeastern Game 1, that's still tied with 90 seconds left.
Oh.
That's pretty hype. I'm glad to see George Mason playing Northeastern closely. And we do have two streams going. If you're watching us right now wondering where on earth the Patriots and the Huskies, I think, are playing each other, then go watch the B stream. That's what I'm doing right now, so I highly recommend
it.
Well,
that's the A stream. Oh, we're the B stream.
No, any stream with us is the A stream. What are you talking about?
Well, if you are, actually, you can probably just see it right over my left shoulder too. If you can actually watch both streams simultaneously. But if you do want active Rocket League, I recommend pulling up both streams in the same window. Because there's no Rocket League on our stream currently.
Nope, just us yapping away. We're going to get it sorted, get them in a new lobby right now, but I'm a bit of a Rocket League nerd, so I try to keep one eye on the series that I'm currently casting and the other one on the other stream.
Yep.
Because this is a big event for these teams. I mean, Northeastern, I believe, was ranked in the last top 48 colleague poll. We got a couple of ranked teams here. Obviously, Concord and Davenport are. Charlotte is a ranked roster as well. Northeastern, UTD. So these are teams that have more on the line than just a shot at the prize pool and having a little bit of fun here at the beach, as they're trying to continue to establish themselves in a collegiate Rocket League space right now that is the most competitive that it's ever been.
Yeah. This is a fun event, but it also is very serious in the amount of real money that is on the line.
Yep.
So we'll see what's happening. We got TOs over here letting us know what's happening. What's happening? We tripped a breaker. See, tech issues, guys.
Who's we? Are they roping us into that? We didn't do anything. We've been here the whole time.
I see no breakers near me. Everything seems to be working fine. Okay, well.
Break time?
We're going to go to a BRP. Then we'll get this sorted out. We'll see you soon. Welcome back. All right, so we did have a little bit of tech issue. There was a breaker that tripped, and we're going to jump right back into our game. Maryland is up 1-0 with 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. So
Good memory.
We're going to jump right into that, and thankfully our wonderful team is going to deal with all of that, and we're going to just resume and jump right back into this game. No delay, folks.
Like nothing ever happened. Hopefully, the players were able to get warmed back up after their PCs rebooted, and it seems like Maryland's fairly warm. It's a decent-looking opportunity, but Chip and the rest of the Kentucky gang are moving forward. Poor Turtle. There is so much to read right there, but he still makes the save.
And now Waiters coming back the other way. Bombas going to be able to defend that one. And then a little bit of a kerfuffle here in the corner. An opportunity for Hexy to make a pass across the net. Waiters back in position. And a nice lofty ball there in front of the Kentucky net. And nothing doing there for the Maryland offense.
Good heads-up Rocket League by the Bombist right there. He's the third man for Kentucky as Hudson Ship were awkward on the ball, and that was certainly a Maryland goal. If he, now 2 times in a row, doesn't make a great read and block on the UKY goal line. The Bombist now has to fork that ball over, and Turtle's trying to intercept it, but it's more heads-up defense from Kentucky. They are barely staying afloat right now in this game with all the Maryland pressure, but they're doing well to get as much water out of the boat as possible.
Yeah, quite honestly, Waiters is really playing super clean today, and especially in this matchup against Kentucky. So really awesome to see this young blood coming out, and Huds. Little trick shot there from the left side. Just barely squeaks this one in.
Turtles just commits as the third man right there.
Yeah.
And Waiters had no boost. Okay, that seems out of nowhere as Kentucky was playing so much defense that they get a little bit of taste to offense and end up scoring as Maryland's broken down a little bit again in defense, and there have been issues with their defensive rotations at times today. We saw it against George Mason, and right there we saw it again, but double demos will help.
Yeah, that's kind of, all right, resetting the clock, right, or resetting the field, so to speak. And wow, what on earth are we watching right here, Maryland? Let's take another look at this one.
That's a great question. What are we watching right now? Huds.
What?
I know you can read that. I don't know why you didn't right there. That's bad. That's
what a strange
really bad.
happenstance that netted Maryland a lead here late in game number 2. Game number 1. I can't remember.
Well, you remembered it was 1-0 with 3:30 left on the clock. I think you get a pass for mixing up the game count right here. But Maryland, they get one back, and hey, sometimes you get a little bit of lucky in esports. Though Maryland's right back to earning their keep here as they put a great shot on target, and Waiters clean with it right there, puts the third one in.
Yeah, a little bit of one stunt and dribble there. Just right, there goes Kentucky flying by, double commit to the corner. And then all it is, just beat your man. And Maryland now with the comfort goal.
It's good for Maryland for the most part in game 1. This is how they should be scoring. Kentucky have really built a brick wall on their goal line. So credit to the Wildcats defensively in this game so far for holding Maryland at bay for the most part. But now in the final 70 seconds, they need to get that offense going. And possession really hasn't been on their side throughout this game. But a decent follow-up here could lead to some opportunities for Kentucky, though that demo right there lost them a lot of offensive agency that Maryland will claim as their own.
Yeah, Turtle with an opportunity. Now Hexy going to put this one right back across the net. Good ball, but Chip going to be there to punch this one out. Turtle around midfield. The Chipmunk, once again, he said he likes to be called Chip. He's Chip the Chipmunk Man.
He doesn't like his full name, so I just shorten it for him. But he's Chip to me for sure, and that's Huds getting Kentucky back within 1. I mean, Kentucky, for the little offense that they have played in this game, have done well to get moments of wide open space in their offensive half with good challenges, good positioning as a striker, and it's made this a manageable final 30 seconds that Maryland will try to claim with just killing a little bit of clock.
And I'm hearing some crazy stuff going on. We've got a game 3 Overtime between George Mason and Northeastern, tied 3-3 apiece. This is absolutely electric down on the main stage. If you've got the A stream up, you're seeing some of that action as well. And Northeastern is going to be taking that one against George Mason. So really hats off to them in a tight race against GMU. But now we're back.
Boost right there. We might have had something hype on our stream for a second. We were distracted. Northeastern made a huge dunk on the GMU goal line to win that one. Congrats to them. But we'll lock back in for Kentucky, Maryland, because the Wildcats made that close there at the end of game one. Maryland, though, did well to kill time, did well to possess the ball for the most part. That first game. If that continues, they should have this series won, but Kentucky's got fight in them.
Yeah, absolutely. And it really was a lot of Maryland offense into quick strikes from Kentucky to get just something on the board. Bringing it within one late in the game is certainly positive takeaways from game one for Kentucky, and they can look forward to maybe putting some of those pieces together in game number 2 and 3.
And I'm curious to see how they do that, if they're going to just try to work their way out of defense more, because a lot of their opportunities came off the back of Maryland just giving them space to shoot, and then they would follow up the ball nicely. So I wonder if they continue just trying to dump and chase a little bit, work on their clearance game, and then see what comes from that, with Maryland still just beating down on their goal line, or what the Wildcats decide to do in game 2. But Maryland still in control of this series. They've got match point now, and they could improve to an over 500 record here with a pretty good showing so far, considering their first match was Concord.
Breakers seem to be intact.
Yes.
Consistently through the rest of game number 1. And I see players in the lobby for game number 2. So we are ready to get underway. We've got a message coming from production here in just a moment. See what they're going to say. We've got a timeout. So maybe I don't know if it's a tech timeout or a strategic timeout, where Kentucky needs to rally the troops and get their game plan together. But I guess it doesn't matter.
There are only 4 players in the lobby, so we're missing 2 Maryland people. I guess we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
But tech timeout for sure, and that'll buy some time, I suppose, for Kentucky to see what they want to do strategically in game 2, what Coach Watt is cooking up for us. And same for Maryland, as they had pretty good control. I think they were the better team in that game, but defensively they've got to sort out why in transition defense their goal is so open sometimes, because they've given up some freebies today. I know they're a better team than to commit those kinds of mistakes, and they showed that for like 90% of that game, though. Against Kentucky, you need to show it for 100% if you want to escape comfortably.
Right, and the 10% netted 2 goals, right? And so if you're able to sort of smooth out some of those wrinkles, you're going to start being a little bit more comfortable, as you said, in some of these matches. And I don't know if comfortability is a good thing, because it could be a bit of a liability. You start getting a little bit complacent in your matches. Maybe it's better for them to be within 1, so they're constantly trying to keep locked in this crazy, crazy environment. We're here at the Hangout here in Myrtle Beach.
All right, well, we have kicked it off in game 2. Seems like all the players got in here, and Kentucky will score just 14 seconds in, though that was very mature, and this is a great bout of possession.
Yeah, wow. Off the corner
double
here, single touch, double touch from the Bombers right on down. And that's Kentucky. That's a lot of what Kentucky needs early, right? Especially losing game 1. They've got a longer road. They've got to win the next 2 if they want to come out with a win here against Maryland.
That's the kind of offense that I know these guys can play well. The large passing game, you've got the Bombers. He's a great space creator, great ones player, and similar to what Hexie does for Maryland. I think that's how Kentucky should try to play. But right now, it's just the Bombers alone in defense against Hexie and Turtle, but does well defensively. I think got bumped into a demo right there, but found a save either way. And Kentucky will keep their lead despite Maryland's best efforts.
That's good composure, especially in a 2v1 situation, and kind of, I don't know, lucked out into that demo there, cutting down a little bit of the offensive pressure, and they were going to keep that lead through a little bit of the scare. Nice. And now Waiters tying it up just 45 seconds later.
It's Hexy on the ball right here. That beats both Huds and Chip and bumps the Bombist. He got his cake and ate it too. And Kentucky are blown to smithereens there by Maryland. That's a great response, not even a minute later.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Turtle and the rest of the Terps looking to put this one through as they win the kickoff, and they're going to continue with a bit of pressure. And Waiters once again, just seconds later, back-to-back goals for Maryland.
He's got his shooting boots on right now, that's for sure. Hexy set him up beautifully. That flip reset pop off the backboard of Kentucky just sent the Wildcats spiraling defensively. A lot of panic right there. Waiters, all he had to do was put a good shot on target, and Huds almost got to it, but Maryland will grab a lead out in front, and with the pass across, they're searching for a third, but the Bombist has a nice block.
Yeah, those back-to-back goals, that can really take the wind out of the sails for Kentucky, right? You go up early, you feeling yourself, and then all of a sudden, here comes Waiters. Boy, oh boy, what a freshman player that is.
He really has looked fantastic throughout this land so far. His shooting ability, after Maryland gives him space to work with in their opponent's box, has been on point all throughout today and in the series of theirs that I have gotten to watch. So that's a good sign that their freshman is looking comfortable on land, because I think Turtle and Hexy were kind of a given. We were expecting great things from them.
Yep.
Right there, we almost got another great thing from the Maryland offense. But yeah, they're firing on all cylinders right now, but only do have a 1-goal lead.
Yeah, it speaks volumes about maybe both the two original players on the team willing to work with and accept and collaborate with a new player, but also the adaptability of a new player coming into maybe a new game plan scheme, not used to prior to, and they've been doing good things. So they're up 2-1 here in game number 2. They're able to win this one. They're going to escape Kentucky in just 2 games.
Turtle's forced a miss there on the Kentucky back wall. A little bit dangerous at the moment for the Wildcats as Maryland's starting to circle, but put the ball into space and good things might happen, though Turtle gets it right back, finds Waiters down the field. He'll dump that ball forward, and actually couldn't put a shot on target, but Maryland used all 3 members of the team to break out a defense right there. That's tough to contend with if you're Kentucky trying to establish an offensive position that you really haven't held since the first 15 seconds of game 2.
I think there's a door that unlocks occasionally in a game where once they start being really physical, getting some of those bumps together, both teams kind of agree, okay, this is the type of game we're going to play. We're going to play physical and constantly just blowing each other up. And boy, it is nonstop here with Kentucky, Maryland.
A lot of demos. I wish we had a final counter here at the end of game 2, but Turtle used the space gain from the explosions in the midfield to almost score a wonderful double tap, but Huds got well in the way. That's a great save, and again, it's the Kentucky defense keeping this game in a manageable spot, and Huds is required once more. He's been dunked on the near side post, but Kentucky didn't concede, and that's a job well done.
Opportunity for Waiters, good pass off the back wall. No look for Hexy or Turtle. Now flipping the other way.
Demo
down onto Turtle. Defense stifled just here for a moment from Maryland, but they do well to escape a little bit of that pressure. Now Waiters to the corner. Man to beat. This one's out wide. Hexy's going up for it. This could be a good opportunity. Transition goal for Maryland. Turtle just not in position to collect that one and keep the pressure up.
Now Kentucky don't have boost except for Chip, who's a bit out of position now as Maryland score their 3rd.
Waiters!
And get very close to putting this series out of reach. Waiters does have a hat trick, and again, he's set up beautifully by Turtle.
Yeah, I mean, just talk about a player that's taken over a game, taken over a series, and really just coming to his own here on this squad. And sometimes you find a player like that and you go, all right, he's hot, let's get him the ball.
Let's pass to Turtle now. Pre-jump that ball. Waiters was up, and so was Turtle, and he slots the pre-jump shot. That's unbelievable.
Wow.
Oh.
What a job here by the Maryland squad. This is all but over for Kentucky here in game number 2. Down 3 goals with 30 seconds left to go. That's a couple of kickoffs they could conceivably do, but considering the amount of offensive production they've gotten up until this point, unlikely. And Turtle surely That is the straw that broke the camel's back here for Maryland.
Yeah, they put this one on ice. It is a warm day today, so I'm sure Maryland are happy to have something cool here, as Kentucky have been cooled off after starting out relatively warm in this game. They put together a nice opening goal, and since then it's been a lot of defense and a bit of stumbling downhill.
And honestly, in situations like this, we're talking about tiebreakers, right?
Sure.
This game was close. Yes, Kentucky went down 0-2 to Maryland here, but getting some of these extra goals, if Maryland's continuing to ride and put up numbers, that helps in the tiebreakers when we create the bracket here, if there are situations where there are ties. And it's certainly going to be the case, but man, what a job by Maryland escaping. Now that's 2 wins in a row, right? Once against GMU, once against Kentucky. So really good rally for them early here on Saturday. As group stages are going to continue, we're going to finish up most of Group A here on Saturday, and then we're going to swap over, have a little bit of lunch, and jump right into Group B. And we've got 6 more great teams waiting for you on the other side of things. But I think we're going to try and get an interview with somebody from the Maryland squad.
We got Waiters.
Why don't you come on over here and talk to Bepic?
Well, Waiters, it's fitting that you are joining the booth here. That was a pretty good shooting performance.
Yeah, it was good.
Talk about, I mean, your teammates were diming you up, though, especially for those 3 goals in game 2. Talk about the dynamic at Maryland and what worked so well for your offense in that series.
I'd say for the offense, I feel like we had to be really patient because they were giving us a lot of time. So we just had to make sure we weren't giving them the ball. So once we got control of it, we would look for each other through comms, and then we would try to get a passing play because those are so hard to defend and sometimes impossible. So I think that was our goal for that game.
I mean, that pre-jump that Turtle had at the end, definitely impossible to stop. I don't know how Kentucky should have expected him to be up. What was the call in that moment? Because you were going up sidewall. Turtle's in the opposite corner. Was he asking for a pass immediately? Did you see him?
Yeah, he was calling for it. He was saying far side. So when I went up against the wall, I just tried to get it. I saw him in the air, so I tried to get it as close to him as possible. And I wanted him to hit it back into me for a pinch, but, I'll take what I can get. And
that's asking a lot.
It was a good play. It was a good play.
Well, never satisfied. I love it. You guys are 2-1 now so far. You started off with Concord, which is your most difficult match in groups. I mean, you had a close series against George Mason, a fairly close series against Kentucky. How are you guys feeling about the land, about the venue, and your prospects of dabbing that number 2 spot?
We're feeling confident. I'd say, we were watching the George Mason Northeastern game, and we saw that was also really close. So I think all the teams here are pretty similar. Obviously, the Concord game was a bit out of hand, but, we're still in the running for second place, and I think tomorrow is going to be really important for how we do in this tournament.
You guys play Northeastern tomorrow, don't you?
Yep.
All right, are you doing any extra prep for that? I mean, it's in the morning as well, so you got to come ready to play.
Yeah, for sure. Today we had a few warm-up. We got to play 3 games, so it was by the end we were at least a little bit warm, but tomorrow it's just we're going to get going cold to possibly our most important game of the day. So we're definitely going to need to be ready, watch some film maybe, and just get some rest tonight.
All right. Well, congrats on the win, Waiters. Thanks for joining me in the booth.
Of course.
All right, we're going to take a short break as we get our next series set up, Concord and George Mason on the side stream. So make sure you stay tuned for that. Xander's coming back on to say goodbye. You got any last words, Xander?
Oh, man, I'm excited for the rest of this day. You could already see the excitement we have going on here. Probably hear it through our microphones. And, boy, we got a lot of really exciting tournaments and fun for the rest of the weekend coming up next.
All right, break time. Boost on the Beach will be right back.
All good things must come to an end eventually. We're here in the final round of Group A and what has been a chaotic day for Boost on the Beach. My name is DJ TJ, and with me is my freakishly tall co-host, Xander.
It's a normal
look at this.
Tall.
Look at this.
Listen, no, you're just shorter.
I'm fun-sized. And I'm not even that short. I'm 5'9". So, anyways, we can talk about all the freakishly aspects of this tournament, but this group has been incredible so far. There's been some wild upsets. There's been some great performances, and the group is not finished just yet. Over on A Stream, you're going to get Maryland and Kentucky. Northeastern and Kentucky, I believe. As they are going to be playing for some slight seeding changes. If Northeastern wins, they will trump George Mason no matter what happens, because they are actually, I believe Northeastern's 1-2, because they would have lost to Concord, and then they lost to Maryland, but then they beat George Mason on stream. So anyways, tiebreakers, we've been trying to figure this out for the last 5 minutes, so we got it fixed. So Kentucky obviously must try and do whatever they can for game differential if a tiebreaker does happen. Yep. But most likely this is going to end up pretty linear. It will be Concord and Maryland, who I believe have clinched no matter what happens because of Maryland beating George Mason and Northeastern. And then all that Northeastern needs to do, win. And then George Mason has to play Concord on stream here on the side stream. So unfortunately for George Mason, I think they were locked in that number 4 spot, but still, this Concord series is going to be very telling for tomorrow.
Yeah, and the great thing about this tournament, right, is obviously we're doing a ton of group stages for seeding and stuff, but nobody's out going into Championship Sunday. Nobody's out going into the bracket. It's just who is receiving buys into the quarterfinals and trying to avoid some of those play-in matches where really So a little bit of chaos could happen, especially with single elimination. We are bumping up to best of 5s once we get to that bracket. So there's a little bit more time to get settled in some of these matches. But the crazy thing about this best of 3 format is really you got to come out swinging and just make sure you get that knockout punch.
Yeah, much crazier things have happened. But let's go ahead and let's talk about the matchup at hand. And let's kick it off with Concord University coming all the way down from West Virginia. This team has got the pedigree and then some. They are your CRL fall champions, and this group knows how to have a good time on top of it.
Yeah, and what a squad that's come together from basically all over the globe, right? Simas from Lithuania, Crispy from UK, and Helix being a first-generational student. I mean, this is opportunities come together to create a perfect storm in a Rocket League team that's been absolutely dominant across the collegiate Rocket League scene.
It truly is a special group as well. I mean, I've been fortunate enough to spend a lot of time with them, but you also must talk about George Mason. They bring in a brand new third man in Jason, who just joined the team less than 2 weeks ago. Didn't even know he was going to be here, but you can always count on Jay, and then you can obviously count on Jason after his performance today as well. But Dev is the main guy to look at. I mean, he's been a member of all the majorly successful rosters, and Tihan's been coaching them all as well.
Yeah, Tihan's been at basically all the Boosts on the Beaches as a competitor, and now moving up to that coach spot. So really just trying to imbue some of the experience of what this chaotic environment can look like for this squad. And really looking forward to seeing Jason a little bit more in this matchup, because been a player that's been very impactful up until this point, playing really, really well with this new squad. And I'm looking forward to seeing hopefully some impact against Concord. It's going to be a tall task. This is obviously a very dominant team, and GMU has been running into a little bit of struggles here early on in the group stages. They've come so close in so many matches, but just unfortunately coming up short.
I mean, every game is important, because even though GMU is locked into that number 4 spot in this group, no matter what happens here, every game is important because you have to win the tiebreakers on the other side with Group B, which is going to be the entire rest of the afternoon. So even though in your group may not matter, for those playoff seeds, especially when you want to avoid both Concord and Davenport, you've got to lock in here, and maybe you can grab a game like Northeastern did earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. Tiebreakers are going to mean everything, and I know that the seeding typically is going to shake out as it should with the way that match differentials have been going, but you know, you never can sleep on just even games or goals. The more you're able to produce, it could be impactful, as the seeding committee will put together the bracket after the group stages are all set tomorrow morning.
The seating committee sounds so official. It's just us. We are the seating committee, and Concord's trying to strive for that one spot, and all they need to do is just win out and hope that Davenport drops a game as well, and that it then goes up to said seating committee. But we got to go ahead and we got to focus on the two teams at hand. George Mason actually are surprisingly the ones to get the first major stabs, but here comes Crispy using the ceiling for his advantage. We'll find a teammate for a potential highlight play, but Concord looking to get started early.
Yeah, wow. I mean, George Mason, they just came off of a high-octane performance. Unfortunately, falling in Game 3 overtime, but there was 7 goals scored across the board between the two teams in just that game alone. And so they're no strangers to high-scoring games. So far, this has not been that. Both teams just getting settled here on the side stage.
Jay has room to work, will actually find a way over one, and we didn't talk about Jay specifically, we talked about Jason instead, but Dev is who I'm looking for. He's the mechanical leader of this team easily. I mean, Jason's slowly trying to creep up to that title as well, but Dev's the most experienced member, especially at the highest level on this George Mason roster, so he's got to be the one to be the catalyst for the movement of this roster, but Concord's got all 3 of the demons on that roster trying to find some room in the headspace of GMU, and they are slowly finding more chances, but nothing major just yet. They're right there knocking on the door.
I think for George Mason to be honestly holding off Concord this long in Game 1 has got to give you a little bit of confidence for the rest of this match, right? Keeping them scoreless through the first 90 seconds of game number 1 for a team that on paper is basically the best in the one of the best in the country, right? It's scary, but they're playing well and still anybody's ball game.
I mean, when you look at Concord specifically, we know they can win, and it just is a matter of time. They've never exactly started out fast in CRL play or in league play. And this tournament, I mean, they came off the lunch break too, so at least they strike first.
Get a little food in their belly and renewed energy here for Concord. Going up 1-0 against George Mason here in Game 1. Took them almost 2 minutes to do so, but eventually getting the job done to take the lead. Now Helix and Crispy on the defense through the air. George Mason trying to make opportunities, create opportunities for themselves. And Dez been doing a great job at that, creating opportunities for Jaznon and Jay.
What a touch from CMOS as well, popping that front end up and keeping the flip. And now Helix will look for another highlight play of their own. As Concord, I think whenever they came into today, they have been trying to keep things consistent. They know that they can out-mechanic every team here. I don't think they're going to try and do anything too crazy unless they get the lead to justify it. But halfway through this game, they're not out of the woods. I mean, it feels eerily similar to that Northeastern game.
Yeah. I didn't actually get to watch the Northeastern game, unfortunately. So I'll just take your word for it.
I can TLDR it for you. I mean, Concord mechanically tried to do a little too much as Helix will finally slot one in there, but to TLDR it, Concord was trying to do a little too much, got punished on the counterattack by a very strong Northeastern team who has the odd to do even better than that. So anyways, on that note, George Mason has struggled compared to how Northeastern or Maryland have done. So for Concord, it's maybe a slower pace of play, especially against a Northeastern team that's very demo-heavy, and GMU is almost the exact opposite.
Yeah, and just goes to show you that Concord, especially against Northeastern, showed that this Goliath does bleed here early in group stages. I guess we're kind of late in group stages for Group A specifically, but Concord putting up, 6-0 in Game 1, then losing 2-1 in Game 2, and then I think Game 3 was still actually very close.
It was 3-0, I believe. Or 4-0. Either way, I mean, Northeastern, I mean, we're talking about a team who's not even playing, but we kind of have to. I mean, Northeastern have shown they actually could be a force to reckon with. I mean, last Boost on the Beach, they didn't win a single series. They only won 1 game, and now not only have they won multiple games, but they've won a series. And they could be on the verge to beat Kentucky as well, which again is on the A stream. Be sure to check that out while you're watching this one. But in the meantime, Concord taking control of this game. They're not really ones for the shootout style, no matter who they play and no matter how good that team may be. They're not a big fan of things getting a little out of hand on their end or the other end, and so far things very much in control. George Mason haven't really had a good shot in probably 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, it seems like they're playing kind of that boa constrictor type game where they're not really giving any possession opportunities to George Mason, and just even if they are only up 2-0, by not giving opportunities to George Mason to strike back and try and climb back into this game, it's basically done and dusted for George Mason if they're not able to really maintain or gain any time of possession.
I mean, Done and Dusted is going to be more than just the theme for this game for George Mason. I mean, they already have had a rough group stage. I mean, losing to both Maryland and Northeastern, I don't know if that was expected or not based off my predictions.
Yeah.
Them and Northeastern were kind of a toss-up in my eyes, and that series was close for a reason, and this right here might just be the nail in the coffin for them on day one.
Right, yeah, down 3-0, 30 seconds left on the board, and
wide open.
Yeah, wide
Wide
open,
open.
right? Really just no defense in position there to combat the beautiful passing play from Concord. And really, if George Mason, you're just looking to game 2, hoping you can put some things together. Sometimes it can be just the plays in garbage time here in early games that you can put some plays together, get some mentality going that puts you in the right state of mind for pushing forward.
I mean, I'm not reading into the 3-0. I'm not reading into the 4-0 too heavily, though. I mean, George Mason were down 2 goals. They had to overcommit for that third, and then obviously they have to do the same for this fourth. But Concord punishing early and often is going to be something that we're going to look at a lot on Sunday when they play some of the quote-unquote higher-ranked teams like UNCC, who's a top 48 school, like Davenport, who you could argue is top 10. I mean, super talented players at this land, but for Concord, I think this is more just a training exercise if they keep this theme up, and they almost find a 5th right there, but Concord take game 1 comfortably.
There you go. Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to seeing some of the teams from Group B, right? You said just talking about some of the great teams we have on the other side of the ball. We haven't even gotten to those teams yet. We haven't even gotten an opportunity to check out what they're bringing to Myrtle Beach here at the Hangout. There's $5,000 on the line here at this Rocket League tournament, folks, and we're just really trying to see how all these groups are shaken out, and really what matters is the bracket when we get to tomorrow, and it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, what more can you ask for in a land, right? We're by the water, we have the boost, we're missing the beach, but it's not far, it's right down the road, we promise. We're not false advertising or anything, but it's always a pleasure to be here. I mean, this is my 2nd, this is your 3rd. It's always been...
it's my 2nd.
Oh, it is your 2nd? You weren't here the first year?
We were on an international trip, so.
How dare you?
I know.
How dare you do something bigger than boost on the beach? Either way, the teams look like they are almost ready to go. You got just a few seconds left before we keep things moving on. But Concord, I mean, you can already tell based off that first game. I hate saying this, but with a team of this caliber, it might already be over.
Yeah. CMOS alone, 6 shots in that game, just putting together opportunities for the squad, and several of them going in, right? I mean, that's just the ball movement that this team is putting together at this stage in the game. George Mason is kind of on the back foot.
Ooh, kickoff strat from Concord coming out as well. Some slight maybe reveal for what they have cooked up for Sunday, and it might lead to a goal as it forces Jay to be super awkward. There will be a shot, but it's going to be pinched by 2 George Mason Patriots, as now Helix will try to reset and find a teammate. Oh my, redirect! It'll take a bounce, but what a shot from Crispy! Wow. I mean, look at the pass from Helix, dead middle, and that wasn't ready, but the timing on that is crisp. I mean, it is crispy. I wasn't even trying to make a pun there, but it's absolutely mint so far from Concord.
We're all about name puns here on the casting.
The side stream.
It just makes our job more enjoyable, right? If we get to make you at home just groan a little bit. That's the dad jokes that we're dropping.
All right, back to the gameplay
back
for
to
now.
The gameplay.
30 seconds in as my co-caster's trying to get me off track, but Concord will try and find one here. It looks like for now Crispy won't be able to get back to it. Jason not able to stall some things out. He also did save a ball just about 10 seconds ago, as now Helix has room, tries the musties over 1. No bump will come through, so CMOS has to reset. It's a great pinch as well. Beats 2, and Crispy's there for another redirect. Jason not all by himself, but has enough boost to turn around and get right back to it. Helix, not a whole lot of room, but he's not trying to go for the ball. He's looking for the bump. Crispy, a great 50. Now CMOS back to Crispy. Crispy, a fake for Helix.
Oh,
Helix on the net. Left corner. CMOS left corner again. And it's Jay and Jason combining.
Yeah, that was a goal line stand there, the onslaught of Concord, and a long ball that might drop. No, but it's going to put him in position for a little bit of extra offense here. Unexpected 50-50 turning into a transition for Concord. And now JM back the other way, but going to be stolen away by CMOS, and going to expect to pass over here to Crispy. What a play!
Oh, the pre-jump. Crispy almost finds it there. Concord maybe having a little bit of fun, but where is the line going to be drawn to too much fun? I mean, George Mason, they are more than capable of turning around and finding a goal on a counterattack just like Northeastern did earlier, but they've got to pick up the pace. They've got to play kind of like a different beast, like a much different Patriot roster from what we're used to seeing. And 3 minutes left, still a lot of change that could be made.
Yeah, and there is a line that you can't really cross, right? Where too much fun can net negative plays, but sometimes fun can net great plays. And look at this shot from Chase Nunn, almost sinking, but Crispy there to collect and block that one, almost tying it up.
Crispy's there for the redirect. He'll try to drop it right corner. It's off the post, not just once, but twice. I thought for certain that was going to be the highlight play you asked for, and they're going to go right back to each other. That duo's been in effect all year. It's Helix to CMOS.
Look at this squad. And George Mason double committing right there, puts him out of position. CMOS right by Dev on the 2-0 here in game number 2. George Mason still looking for that first one.
Double commit kickoff for Concord. It over to Crispy for the highlight bottom corner. But once again, the defense from George Mason, they're not bad. I mean, they're trying to defend their turf here and show everybody that they're still more than capable of showing up tomorrow. And so far, they're showing it. Still got half this game to go, and Concord may have another shot. If Crispy can get back to this one off the backboard, he'll fake for one. Jay's off the ceiling. He can't get back to it. I mean, when two of the best players in all of CRL are jumping at you, what do you do?
Yeah, and I mean, you're kind of just on your heels here as Jay just alone in the net. Not really. You kind of have to make a decision. And in this case, boy, the shots are just raining down from Concord. And the squad is humming.
I mean, hot, humming. You could throw a lot of adjectives on what this Concord roster is going to do. Not just today, but this entire weekend as Helix looking for his first goal, but can't find it. I also do want to give a brief scoring update. Northeastern did beat Kentucky 5-2 on Mainstream in Game 1. So if you want to see some fun scenarios, it looks like you're not, as Northeastern may come out as the team to beat next to Maryland. And, I mean, they've looked great. And, again, that's on Mainstream. If you want to catch the end of that, it's currently 1-0 Northeastern at the halfway point. But this series is officially past said point. We're here in Game 2. Concord's looking for one more. It'll be Helix looking bottom corner. But, again, Jay, I mean, defensive masterclass from him so far. But you've got to actually translate it into goals, as Crispy was pre-jumped looking from a CMOS pass. Now it'll be CMOS down to Crispy. Crispy fakes it over to Helix. 1, 2, and 3 for Concord.
I want to watch this one again. Nice in slow motion. Right up to CMOS. Down to Crispy. Back over to Helix. It was 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hey, I mean, either way, all three members of Concord getting involved, and this team is just such a fun story. I mean, if you watch their gameplay when they first came out in the fall this year, Helix was nowhere near as synergized with the two European RLCS players, as it would be hard enough to adjust as is. They look for another three-man passing play, but how far this roster has come in such a short amount of time is incredible to witness.
It's unbelievable stuff, and we're really seeing the fruits of their labor here now, up 4-0 against George Mason. 1-0 in the series, looking to put this one away and go a clean 4-0 here in the group stages, netting themselves a nice top seed out of Group A.
I mean, George Mason, you got to at least hope to find one goal through this entire series, and now it looks like it will be a goal, but on their own net. Concord will go up 5-0 here.
And we talk about, yes, they've already kind of secured that top seed out of Group A, but all of these differentials, game differentials, goal differentials matter in the ultimate seeding against some of the top teams over in Group B. So a lot of these goals, while it seems kind of like garbage time goals for Concord, all of these are important on whether or not they're able to achieve either a 1 or a 2 seed.
I mean, they're having fun while doing it, too. I mean, we obviously were a little shocked of all the teams playing to see Northeastern be the one to grab a game off of Concord, but Davenport's got also the group of death. I mean, UTD and UNCC and USC alone are all super talented team with RLCS level talent, and now Concord's going to find another. So you mentioned all these goals that are going to help, but Davenport, UNCC, they all got to make it out of their group first before we even get there.
That's true. So Concord ultimately sitting pretty here out of Group A. What a show they've been putting on for us today.
I mean, I don't remember what the Game 1 score was exactly. I believe it was 4-0, I had thought. I'll try and double check in the background, but I believe Concord's on a pretty generational scoring run. I would actually be very intrigued to see how it shapes up in terms of BBB history and the blowouts and all of that as Concord beat George Mason 4-0. This is now 7-0. We're talking about 11 goals in a row for Concord.
Wow. It's just remarkable. And these teams they actually do have, I believe, one more game tomorrow morning to settle the score with the remaining matchups that they have here in each of their groups. So we're getting most of the way through group stages today. We're going to settle the score in the morning, and then we're going to seed our beautiful 11-team bracket. And
Number
wow,
8.
putting on a show as the clock hits triple zeros. Concord going to beat George Mason 2-0 with
12-0 in goals.
12-0
a lot of
goals.
twos and a great way for Concord. But they're not trying to be number 2 in this event. They are the favorites, and they're going to showcase it quite well. And, I mean, what more can you ask for from Concord? I mean, they play exactly how you expect them to. They show up, they dominate, they got smiles on their faces, they still show sportsmanship, and then they're out of here. They're done for the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're actually going to get to talk to one of the players
They
here
said
in
they
just
wanted
a moment.
CMOS, yeah.
I mean, and what a player to talk to,
Of
right?
course.
CMOS turned up in that series.
So I don't know if he's supposed to come over here by himself.
here he
he
comes.
is. Okay, are you going to give him your headset?
I am.
I guess so. All right, so we're going to lose Xander temporarily. But we'll at least gain CMOS here on the broadcast. Welcome in. Oh, I get the sunglasses. This is good luck for me. I mean, I need all the luck that I can get.
Hello.
CMOS, so obviously you guys survive. I'm not going to say a tough group stage, but you guys do well enough and dominate well enough as well. Was today up to standards for what Concord's all here for?
I would say last year is definitely, we, made sure we locked in, got the 2-0 sweep. I would say against Northeastern.
Yep.
We struggled a little bit. They're a good team. But yeah, I think it's good enough. But tomorrow is definitely the hard day for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you got to finish out group stage. That Northeastern match was, I think, a shock to us and y'all as well. Northeastern plays a very special game of Rocket League that not many teams can prepare for. And
Yeah.
It'll be intriguing to see how Sunday plays out. But I believe you guys play one more stage match tomorrow because you guys haven't played Maryland yet, right?
No, we haven't played Kentucky. We play Maryland
Kentucky's
first.
the one. Okay. So what are you thinking in terms of that series tomorrow?
Kentucky, I think they're a very good team. They have talented players. Chipmunk, is very talented. So we're going to have to definitely, I think, warm up a bit before that for sure.
Okay.
But hopefully we get the sweep.
All right. Well, then I'll ask you one more, and then I'll let you go. So in terms of the event, in terms of Myrtle Beach, you guys have had, I believe, 3 lands together as a unit, as a team, or 4?
3. I think this is our 3rd.
Okay. So
Yeah.
if this is the 3rd, how has Myrtle Beach been treating you? How do you like South Carolina? I mean, obviously, you're coming all the way from across the pond. How's it been treating you so far?
Yeah, I think Myrtle Beach is definitely like the best land we've been to because just the production's also insane. It's nice weather. It's a nice place. Definitely no complaints at all.
That's
really.
awesome
Yeah.
to hear. All right, well, we are going to go to a long break, but when we come back after the hour, we have Group B led by forces like Davenport, like UTD, like South Carolina, and many more faces who are going to try and give these guys a challenge. So don't go anywhere. Go grab food and come right back. Group B coming in about an hour.
Oh my goodness, we're back at Boost on the Beach here over on the B stream. My name is Zombie Xander. I'm joined by Nikita Bear. We've got some great Rocket League action coming at you live here from Myrtle Beach at the Hangout. This is a crazy environment that we have going on. Lots of dancing on tables and all sorts of craziness. We gotta jump right into game number one. There's not much time for intros here. We're gonna hop right in and we'll meet the teams here in just a moment. But we've got UT Dallas and Syracuse head to head here to kick off Group B.
Yeah, kicking out the day here. Syracuse, kind of a really big question mark entering this event, so it'll be really interesting to see how they kick it off in their first match of the day. UTD, kind of just a staple of the space. We're talking with some of the analysts and some of the casters. Perennial top 32 team on paper, but just haven't really put it together to get that resume. So kind of interesting to see how they go out performing from the get-go.
Yeah, one of those teams that just says, look, we're looking to come to Boost. We're looking to have a fun time here at this LAN. We know what kind of environment this can be like, and whatever falls, however it falls, this is how the chips will fall, and we're going to have a good time. But Blippi, right off the bat for Dallas, going to go up 1-0.
Oh, yeah. Just really unfortunate there. They weren't able to clear. You did see Gababy there to try to get a deflection off of that, but Lindell put it out of reach and right into Blippi's waiting arms. 1-0 there for UTD. The name of the game for Syracuse here, it's an entirely new roster, kind of similar to Northeastern earlier in their day, is kind of like being chaotic. The real goal is unlocking Gababy and taking him out of the backfield and having him be up front and center and getting some shots on goal. And we do see the opportunity here with Gabe up top. Gets two off the roof and isn't able to finish with the third.
Yeah, Gababy, I think, is going to be the anchor for this Syracuse squad. Really somebody that the rest of the team has to rally around. And in a best-of-3 format, they're going to have to rally pretty quickly. Already down 2-0 to UT Dallas. This is a team that started off really quickly here in the group stages, and that's what you got to do. Because best-of-3s here through groups. We go into tomorrow. We've got a little bit more group stages to settle, but once we finally get to the bracket, we finally swap over to the best-of-5 format. But we just got so many games, and Zora, they're just laying on the pressure.
I mean, like, Gabe even had the first touch there, kind of a pinch situation, but just wasn't able to clear it. Like, sent it back towards his own goal, and that's not what you want to do, especially when you're out of position. You know you have to have your two other teammates be there. I mean, even just looking at that goal number 2, the replay kind of showed the full story there.
Oh, boy.
And there we go right there. Where Mr. Lindell and Tasty Towers were just both trying to get back, and Gabe just had no boost all the way back on the other half of the pitch. And the risk of Gababy going deep and trying to score is that he won't be back there to defend the goal, which he is amazing at. Just he's not hasn't been able to be in position both offensively and defensively so far today.
Yeah. Wow. Almost
what is going on in these kickoffs?
Lindell. Yeah, these have been some crazy kickoffs, some extreme pressure from either squad, getting almost a couple of breakaway opportunities. But so far, most of them following the way of UT Dallas. Syracuse still scoreless here in game number 1. A lot of time left on the clock, but ever mounting goals on the side of the blue team, making it ever difficult to try and catch up.
Yeah, and now, like, you kind of do get a little lucky if you are Syracuse, where you could test things for game 2. Like, there are a couple minutes left, right? As Dalton puts it in one more. But you're kind of at the point where the detriment might be too large. So now you're just like, okay, maybe they unleash Gababy, have him do a bunch of wacky stuff.
Sure.
Syracuse didn't really get to breathe after goal number 2, so it was kind of nice to see some form of function going on there, traditional gameplay. But again, there are just like a lot of just missed positions, it appears.
And it could be just coming down to maybe playing a little bit more of a physical game, right? If you can't get settled here with Mr. Lindell and Tasty Towers and really unlocking the opportunity for Gababy to stunt a little bit on this Dallas squad, maybe just use your physicality and take a couple members of Dallas off of the field. There's opportunities here that Syracuse just hasn't quite capitalized on, though.
Oh, Blippi is so good there, being able to get the touch to clear that. Still on the side of UTD to try to clear it better, but Blippi is in position. Dalton looks for the rebound, isn't able to put it in, but Blippi's just waiting there from Zora's pass.
Back here towards the corner, Lindell and Gababy trying to 2v1 this, dribbling past the defense of UT Dallas. Very flat-footed exchange there from Dallas and Syracuse. Now Blippi up in the sky, looking to make something happen. Kababy back on defense, sending this one to the hands of Zora and the rest of the Dallas squad.
Yeah, and this game just isn't like win-loss. It is very important for Syracuse and UTD to keep scoring or get some goals on the board.
Yeah.
Because of how tight a lot of these groups are in terms of how we, grouped them all together as an organization. Games and at potential super tiebreaker, goal differential matters.
Oh, 100%.
So making it be 5-0 or making it be 5-1 is actually relevant for the outcome of this tournament.
Yeah, it's gonna. They obviously realize what's at stake here. $5,000 tournament here at Boost on the Beach that these 11 amazing teams are playing for. And Kababy handling the ball, also all the while getting a bump demo down onto Dallas. Still scoreline reflecting domination from the cars in blue. But Syracuse may be starting to settle down a little bit, knowing that the onslaught of goals at least has slowed to a trickle here in the later part of game one.
Oh, and Zora's just waiting there. Yeah,
why did I say that?
The positioning, curse the commentator there. But it was just so unfortunate because Kababy's there, gets the incredible save, unfortunately hits the corner, but it's still just two blue in front of an empty orange goal.
Yeah, Zora was there with the easy cleanup. But yes, like you said, every game, every goal mattering here with the short amount of time that they have to play through these group stages in best-of-3 format. And it will really come down to the wire, especially if some of these teams, if there's no clear-cut 6-0 and 0-6, it could very well be a lot of ties throughout the rest of the group. Another thing to note is our Group A down to 5 teams. This group all the way back up at 6, full strength, because we did have a late loss in Mizzou not arriving at the tournament. So UT Dallas, 10 seconds left on the clock, up 6-0. They're going to be taking home game number 1 against this Syracuse squad. Bear, what do you think Syracuse has to do to kind of get their feet settled here in this match?
I mean, ideally, it's just slow it down and actually play some Rocket League.
Yeah.
I mean, I think more than half of those were immediately off a kickoff or some shenanigans occurred in a couple seconds. And so I think you want to slow it down, play some fundamental Rocket League. And outside of that, it's really just trying to get Kababy activated. It really did seem like he had to do everything at times. He said, had the ball, was driving, was able to get boost, then demoed, and then still took the ball in, but wasn't able to get the shot off. It almost seems like he has to block every goal, and then he also has to be the one to take the ball all the way down the pitch and then score later. So I think just make it a little bit easier for him.
Well, we do have precedent in this tournament from Group A. Even the juggernaut of Concord coming in here as the favorite, seemingly, from everybody, all the teams saying so in some of our pre-tournament interviews. They won against Northeastern 6-0, and then lost game 2, I think 2-1 or something. Yeah, so there's precedent that even in a blowout game, they can easily swap places there in game number 2. So Syracuse looking to be that swap in the Northeastern spirit, trying to take down UTD in game number 2 and send this to a game 3.
Yeah, I mean, looking at what was happening on main stage, I didn't see much of what was happening on side stage outside of the matches I covered, but there were a lot of game 3s today. I mean, we're talking about the format being that best of 3. I think it's intentional to try to cause a lot of potential upsets in that early seeding round. There really isn't much of a consequence if you lose one game here or there because everyone is seeded to play into the tournament tomorrow. But I think it does add a little bit of shenanigans there. Almost had an own goal from Zora right there trying to clear it out. And again, some weird, funky stuff off kickoff.
Yeah, it's kind of been the tale of this series thus far, even just through one game. Just because we got to see 7 kickoffs last game, there were some funky things going on. We'll see if that trend continues with high-scoring, high-octane play from these teams. Zora with a nice ball towards the orange net. Lindell sending that one away. Nice 50-50 here at midfield. Lindell pass to Tasty Towels, but Dalton easily stealing over to the orange corner. Now Dalton, a good shot on goal. Blippi with the secure almost one of those, was it a steal or a secure?
Yeah, I think we'll see a little bit on the replay there. It did seem like Mr. Lindell was positioned there to get it if Blippi wasn't there potentially. But,
maybe.
So in Blippi's case, I think they'll say that I needed to hit that one.
Right, yeah. Just got to make sure. It's for the team, guys.
But I think the interesting and kind of taking notes from that Northeastern Concord game was that Northeastern really just like played a lockdown defense. I was talking to people who were watching it, the difference between game 1 and game 2, and it really did seem to be that like Concord just didn't have the ability to score. Like their offense was stymied, and so I think that is what Syracuse should do there. Mr. Lindell did have a shot on goal wide left, but Gababy is still attacking here. Out of resources, has to do something with the back line. Mr. Lindell puts the ball into the corner, doesn't get the double, and now we're seeing some problematic positioning here. UTD look to have a 2-on-1. Gababy was able to clear things out a little bit for now, but Blippi has the resources. The ball is up, and Gababy's able to get the deflection.
There you go. Gababy being in the right place, right time.
Oh, no.
The offense continuing. Tasty Toes trying to get this ball cleared for the Syracuse as this offense is continuing. Once again, Gababy with the save, but they haven't been able to get a sustainable clear and a little bit of breathing room from this Dallas offense.
This has been one giant continuous clear still going on right now for the entire last minute, which again, I guess is technically stymieing their offense by not allowing a goal.
Right.
But there are way too many shots going in precariously right now.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what these shots look like.
Oh my God, Dalton.
Wow. And it is a bend don't break defense at the moment. They broke once.
Yeah.
But the amount of pressure that they've been under from Dallas so far in game number 2, the fact that it's only a 1-0 score line currently is remarkable on the side of Syracuse. And they really have seemed to get settled a little bit on defense at least. Or, oh my God, the double commit. Tao's bopping Gababy around. We'll see if they can transition.
Oh, we do see Gababy putting a threat out here, but Mr. Lindell did get demoed, but it doesn't matter. Gababy takes it down and Gababy scores. Wow. Let's see what we got here. Tosses it up to himself here. Oh, tried to go for the reset, didn't need it.
That was
able
cinematic.
To score the top. Yeah.
Wow, Gababy with the defense, the dribble down the field, and the score.
Well, I'm happy I didn't do the commentator curse. Gababy has an open net and is able to put it in.
Look at this,
the
folks.
Kickoffs. Just flip the script. You guys don't like playing with us on kickoff. We're going to do some magic with you. Tasty Towns was able to get the 50-50 bump, and Gababy was just able to take that free ball into the net.
Yeah, nobody on Dallas back on defense. Off cheating towards the boost to try and get sustainable offense there moving into that point. But Gababy there ready to steal one away, and he's ready to steal one away again. Dalton now back the other way. This man
and
is
how's he back there? I didn't even realize that was Gababy at first.
How is this man all over the field like this?
It's almost like he knows he needs to, like, we saw him try to go for the midfield double off the wall, and I think he was intentional. Like, you would assume, oh, he has some boost in his pocket, he's probably going to use it. I think he saved it knowing that he's probably going to have to go right back there off a bad touch.
Oh,
and it doesn't
boy.
matter because Zora is able to ride it out the entire way for a goal there. Very Gababy-esque.
Yeah, what a move here by Zora. Lindell just not able to get quite in position for the block. All square here, 1 minute and 51 seconds here in game number 2. If Dallas takes this game, stealing away from Syracuse, then they will win the series and go up 1-0 in the group stages.
Yeah, and Gababy is, of course, going to be back there. And it's really interesting because what we're seeing is that they're just sending UTD one player down to mess with Gababy, even when like Syracuse is still attacking. Like as soon as they're calling games going back, they know there really isn't that much of a potent offensive threat. It's like, hey, just send Blippi down there, send Zora down there to start messing with them.
Yeah, honestly, a strategy that is pretty solid, identifying a power player in Gababy and knowing that if you continue to put someone on him, then you're going to have success. And so far, that success has netted one win towards Dallas and now gotten them back into this one. We're all square, 1 minute left to go. And we've seemed to have hit a bit of a tug of war here as far as possession.
Oh no, a bad touch off it. Blippi's going to be able to put it in. Is deflected by Tasty Towns and Gababy. But this has been the struggle for Syracuse. Can they actually clear out? Gababy gets a touch into the corner, isn't able to get the double, but the deflection is just a bit wide there. And Dalton, a little bit of misposition there. I was going to say, had all the resources in the world to take that ball into the net. Goes for a corner double. And kind of gets stymied a little bit with Gababy there.
Yeah, Tao's had a nice cross And it could have been signaled as a shot on goal, but it also could have very easily, across the 18, been a nice cross that somebody else, third man, there to clean up, but unfortunately, no one knocking.
Gababy knows when he could go, gets the demo, but is it going to be enough to clear things out here? It still has just been UTD's attack. Mr. Lindell's able to get a hit out there. 10 seconds left to try to do something for either team here to end the set or extend it into a game 3. Gababy has the block, has the boost. This is the opportunity right here to end things. What is Mr. Lindell going to do? Just drop it on the ground?
Good touch from Lindell.
Gababy's going to try to go with it. Both teams is trying to keep this thing alive. Very funny.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. But we've got overtime here in game number 2. Tied 2-2. Golden goal will decide where this series goes next.
No. Blippi was in perfect positioning there, and Dalton just knocked the ball away. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication there in comms there. That could have just been the entire set in like 2 seconds.
Yeah. Very, very quick series here if UT Dallas able to lock this one away. But Syracuse having something to say for it. They're looking to send this to a game 3. Lindell, nice ball over towards the blue net. Dalton, the pass out.
Good opportunity there. Tasty Towers misses it, and Mr. Lindell is now out of position. Blippi has some opportunity to work here. And Gababy just sitting on the wall like a spider is going to be able to clear this out there. Gets the demo, is able to put the ball over, but it still is UTD's forever attack.
Yeah, really, really no opportunity for Syracuse to get out of their net. And Tasty Towers not able to get up in time. That's going to be UT Dallas going up 1-0 here in the group stages, winning in overtime 3-2 against Syracuse.
Yeah, really unfortunate ending there. But I think looking at it from a grand scheme of things, that game 2 is infinitely an improvement over game 1.
Yeah.
They were able to score that first goal of the tournament. They were able to force an OT. Syracuse very familiar with overtime as well. Had a pretty extended set at their own land this past fall with Northeastern. There were a couple overtimes there. But yeah, you get the first land jitters out of the way, and so you go into game 2. But yeah, that interesting the way that they kind of shake things up for the group now. I think UTD, with how they performed, is probably looking like a top 3 team in this group.
I would say so, and we can go ahead and take a look at the teams we can expect today. We think we have a group bracket, and I just want to like peek over my shoulder over at the main stage here. Looks like Davenport is up 2-1 on Charlotte in game number 1. That's exciting. But let's take a look at the. I know, sorry, folks. Let's take a look at the group and the teams that we're looking forward to seeing this afternoon. Oh, an interview.
Should we do that first? We'll do that first.
Sure.
Yeah. Hop in there.
I forgot about that. Order of operations is difficult. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Congratulations.
Good. Feeling good after the win.
Congratulations. Really tough day 1, game 1 series. You got a little bit of land jitters. You're in a new environment. Tell me about this this matchup.
Game 1's our first series is all about getting comfortable in the environment. We've been to, this is our 4th or 5th land, so we know how it goes at this point. You just got to get comfortable. Whoever gets comfortable with the quickest is the one that's going to win. And we came out really early, scored 6 in the first game.
Yeah.
We were just the better team right now.
You love to see it. I mean, now that you've gotten 1 win underneath your belt, looking at, and I know that the group can't see or the stream can't see, but looking at this group, who are you looking forward to seeing or playing against most?
The most important matches for us are South Carolina and UNCC Charlotte. As we win those 2, I'd say we're posed to take 2nd seed.
Yeah.
Playing Davenport, we've just considered them locked for 1st seed at this point. We're hoping for that 2nd seed. An upset against Davenport would be great, but let's be realistic.
100%. Well, good luck for the rest of the day. I know you've got a couple important matches coming up. Congratulations on win number 1.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. No, you're good. All right, now we're going to take a look at the group. We just got a little bit of insight from UTD player, and we're going to take a look at Group B here. Davenport, as he said, the pretty much forecasted number 1 seed coming out of Group B.
Yep.
A very powerful team Expected to be kind of in that 1 and 2 slot with Concord.
And currently up 1-0 in, to quote DJ TJ, but maybe not start some drama, maybe I will, would be the set to upset Davenport. So if they're able to take that first game, able to convert here, really strong, really important for them. We'll make it out top of the group if they continue to play how they are expected to. But Charlotte had some great additions from last year, is as clearly, if they think they're going to upset on Davenport, is a sleeper team. I think people have it as like their predicted third of the entire tournament once they make it out of groups. And then, UTD started out on the right foot there. I believe the teams who were waiting to hop on, which we'll be catching right now, was Wichita and USC?
Yeah, I don't know the next matchup. We'll find out here. Just a second. Production will let us know.
Yeah.
I'm just happy to be here. Let's take a look at the last match breakdown by the numbers. Taking a look at the 2-0 victory of UT Dallas over Syracuse. I always like to look at the shots and looking at the domination of Dalton Blippi and Zora there. By the numbers, this is a squad that put up 22 shots in just 2 games to the 11 total of Syracuse. So that right there tells a story of what kind of offensive domination they were working with. And Gababy, I mean, look at this player. 6 shots, 9 saves to the one of each of Tasty Towels and Mr. Lindell. So really, really solid opening start from Gababy. Just trying to find a way for Tasty Towels and Mr. Lindell to support a dominant player like that.
Yeah, this group is really interesting, too, with how it's like constructed, because some of the other people have been saying that Syracuse is like kind of a one-man show with Gababy. Charlotte is the same way with Bala. I think they said it was Bala and friends. So it'll be interesting to see how these teams will play out. What do we see? We see Syracuse's coach walking by with Gababy. But yeah, we did get confirmation that we will have a matchup, including the team we're about to see right now, USC.
Well, let's go ahead and meet the teams here. So the Gamecocks coming into Myrtle Beach, prepared for this matchup. Fun fact about Cats here on this squad. Gababy's coach in high school.
Yep. Yeah, it's kind of crazy when you're aging college students. Like, Cat has to feel old about that one. One of the teams that has been here all 3 years, but also kept a roster that was pretty similar to the first one.
Yeah.
I think that's really rare here, where we have the GMUs, we have the Syracuses, we have the Northeasterns, but almost entire squads have rotated out. Cats and AUG, I believe, are the 2 that are still there.
Yeah. Yes, and then
we got Wichita State, Boone out there, Aura farming. Oh, I got a funny story about that kid for later.
Oh boy, I can't wait for that. Yeah, this is a cool team, right? Their program started in 2019. Rocket League was their first varsity edition of that particular roster. Recently placed 3rd place at the Pantheon at Michigan State.
Yep.
So this is a squad that's found some success at LAN. They're looking to try and get some sort of repeat here. Obviously, we've talked about 1st and 2nd place being pretty locked in as far as on paper, right? And we are looking at a Davenport now up to 3-1 in game number 2. So that's kind of going as expected, as Charlotte was one of those teams that we feel is really strong in this group as well. But this squad, I think Wichita is there's a race for 3rd place. I think overall in the tournament. And I would love to see upsets. I mean, let's be real. Paper brackets or chalk brackets, that's boring stuff. Let's get into the real meat and potatoes of that.
Yeah, Group A did have some of that with that Concord game being taken off. Pushing that to Game 3 was kind of crazy for Northeastern. A bunch of Game 3s in general. And then if you go on paper, I think a lot of these like 2 through 4 or 2 to 5 in these groups are very evenly matched. So like having the potential 3-way of I think Maryland losing to Northeastern, but like beating GMU. Like there's a lot of potential there for like that scrap team in the middle.
Oh yeah. And the crazy thing about GMU, and I know we're in Group B, we're talking about Group A, but the crazy thing about GMU is like they had so many opportunities to just close the door on series and just coming up slightly short. And this is a team that has performed really well here today so far. But unfortunately, just losing a couple series it really only takes 1 goal.
Did a 3-minute overtime in that Maryland set right there. Yeah, I mean, but to get back to like Group B in particular, Wichita State is another one of these squads where it's X player and then the rest of the team.
Yeah.
In the form of Boone there. People are really expecting a lot from Boone, so it'll be interesting to see, how he kind of shows out. He's been very loud, very similar to kind of like Cats as well. Cats have been very loud, very proud so far. Wanted to get a Gamecocks chant going on for their match against Syracuse later today as well. That was quickly and swiftly vetoed, but it is what it is.
Yeah, this is a place, if they were going to get animated in a venue, it's absolutely here. We've got the main stage over my shoulder with one of our other co-casters, DJ TJ, behind looking on to this match, a very important match for Group B, as Charlotte has now drawn within one of Davenport in Game 2. If you're not watching both streams right now on different screens, I don't know what's wrong with you. This match is going on. You can find them at the YouTube for Shenandoah Esports and Syracuse Esports, both A and B stream. So look out for that. We're going to be live until like 7 o'clock tonight.
Oh, yeah, we're ripping.
Oh, yeah.
Like just noting Pickle, I'm looking at the roster here. I think Pickle immediately recorded himself going down the slide in this venue and made it into a GIF and then posted it on Discord. Like the first thing they did yesterday for Media Day was go down the slide and record a GIF.
Yeah, I mean, this is a crazy place. Crazy place for Rocket League tournament. Somehow we've done it 3 years in a row, and somehow we've offered up $5,000 as a prize pool every single year for these collegiate teams to come in and showcase their stuff in front of random patrons of this restaurant. Yep. And then those patrons give us the gift right back by dancing on tables right around our players. And it's a great time.
I mean, this one's been really good, too, because you get the local team on the big screen. Like you have Charlotte right now, and you get like the crowd just cheering. Dan's been an incredible host so far. Started activating the patrons while they're there. Had people give predictions before games and stuff like that.
I love that. I missed all of that just being on stream in general, so that's amazing.
Yeah, he went up to a table of girls prior to the Northeastern Kentucky match and had them all give their predictions.
How did they do?
One said the correct option of Northeastern. I think that one's kind of a brand and regional game bias there, where Kentucky's a wee bit closer than Boston, Massachusetts, so it makes sense. I won't fault them for that one.
Oh, man. Honestly, you can just watch both streams. In this stream, you can see most of the gameplay still a little bit more. Yeah, just now Davenport.
Oh, game's over.
Yep. 0-0 is on the scoreboard, and that game is all but done for Davenport as they're going to take the victory over Charlotte. We've got our own matchup coming up here in just a moment. Game number 1 between USC and Wichita. As those graphics are almost right.
Oh, yeah. You're halfway there. It is what it is.
Sorry, we're allowed to give production, a light ribbing.
So, yeah, I think they're getting into things here. And now we're getting into the point, I think it's actually really interesting to talk about the difference from Group A to Group B. I don't know if it's a benefit or a detriment for which, each group gets it, where you have way more time in between games in Group A because you never have that back-to-back block.
Right.
Because you have an odd number of teams, so you have to pair them differently. But I don't know if that's better or worse. I was talking with Northeastern after they won and then had to sit on stage for 30 minutes and then play again on stage.
Right.
Where, momentum is really important in a LAN environment, especially for a lot of these more emotional teams and emotional players. So I don't know if going back-to-back is better or waiting is better. I don't know. I really don't know how that works out.
I'm also curious if we have any teams that are going to have to run from main stage up to side stage for their second block in the hour.
I think the only way it'll work is we can have up there will run down there because down there will always have a break.
I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll look at the schedule.
So potentially
we'll let you know.
USC could run down there right after this.
Yeah. But boy, a lot of Rocket League coming at you today. Hopefully you were able to tune into our Super Smash Bros. Showcase for the high school competition. Some incredible players out from that, and also being able to have such an amazing Smash Bros. Competition tomorrow. And we're going to lose Bear for a lot of our Rocket League competition. He's going to come over here and talk Smash, his one true love.
Yep.
But tell me a little bit about that before we get into this game number 1.
Yeah, really cool. I mean, if you're familiar with the event, if you watched Boost in the Beach 1 or 2, you knew there was sometimes like some Smash component, maybe like with high schools or something of that sort. As you saw earlier today on the main stream, we still have that high school Smash component with a competitive crew battle format. But leaning into tomorrow, it'll actually be a more reflection of traditional Smash tournaments.
Yeah.
This one will be something where you have the top 4 from like each local state's PR coming out to compete. We have a few top 100 players coming out to compete for a cash prize, which is a bit more traditional. I do know that there is an issue with production. I think they already have started offline, so I think we're going to take a little BRB, head over there and watch, and then get right back to you guys when we can and get you a little fill-in. Ideally get in like game 2 or something like that. But we will be right back.
Welcome back to the stream. Boy, we missed you, and you missed a barn burner there in game number 1. OT tied 1-1, and after about a minute left, or not a minute left, minute post, USC getting the golden goal to go up 1-0 in the series. And we're ready to jump right back into game number 2, folks.
Yeah, it's always a tough one if you want to take like the couple-minute break in between if you're the losing team or you just want to like rip it immediately. The winning team's always like, okay, let's just get in there. Let's keep riding that momentum.
That's like the fallacy of ranked, though, right? You lose a game and you're just like so used to, all right, let's go right back in. Let's redo it.
Yeah, I think one of the only esports where like you just rip it a lot of the time. Like you don't even sit there and think. There's no, they of course have to go to the bathroom break in between or anything like that. But talking about game 1, just to share some of that knowledge there, really, really close. I believe it was Og scored the first goal in like the first minute or so, and then there was really nothing until Boone was able to tie things up there with about like 2 minutes left. And as we know, went to overtime, and USC was able to take it after about a minute or so.
Yeah, and so fresh slate for Wichita, 0-0 here in game number 2. They're going to be looking to strike back and potentially send this to a game 3. Best of 3s for today as we go through our group stages, which really means not much time to get settled, right? You gotta play fast, win fast, and we're seeing a little bit of that here in South Carolina. Already going up 1-0 in the series, and we haven't really seen any crazy plays as of yet. Nothing really. No kickoffs like we're having in our last series. But Moss to the corner. Going to try and collect this one there. Cats a nice 50-50 there at midfield. Whoever's going to get to it first, which is Boone. A nice little dribble up to Og. And good clear from Cats here to just kind of send us back. Minute in, scoreless.
Good opportunity here for the side of USC, though, able to get the demo onto Boone, and it just floats in there. I didn't think it had enough oomph to get in, but Cats made sure of it.
1 mile an hour shot here. Sorry, 40, but boy,
what even happened?
This thing is just a bubble. It just happened to get blown in by the wind.
I guess you said we didn't see anything particularly crazy, so we had to just have Cats defy gravity right there. And oh my God, look, commentator curse and a half.
Talk about
no magic kickoff stuff like the match before. And we just see Pickle. It's the exact same play, actually.
Yeah.
It was the stuff in the middle, and South Carolina had Og behind.
Yeah, just sooner. Honestly, there was a player from Wichita State that was coming up, just wasn't able to get to the ball.
Oh no, Og gets the demo
demos.
into Moss. Can Cats finish it? Tries to take it into the corner there, but this isn't over. SJT did have a lot of gas in the tank there and is able to use that to get that demo onto Moss. Og is not going to let Pickle clear things out here. We do see a shot on goal right, but SJT is right back there. Oh no, another one rolling on top.
Wow. Oh boy, and if you can hear in our speakers, here we go. People are going to start getting up on the table. We're going to continue covering the Rocket League action. Cats here at midfield gets demoed by Moss. Now Moss to the corner. Og going to try and pass this one.
Oh,
it's starting to trickle, but SJT just not there in time. In the right position, though, to keep this one in favor of the South Carolina offense. And now something really awkward going on here in the corner. As now Og finally back on defense, trying to get a little bit of space for this South Carolina defense.
SJT kind of getting stuck around the ball there and just hands it right up to Moss in front of the goal. Puts it back. Pickle doesn't even need to finish the shot. Moss's touch is able to go in there. Yeah, that was a peculiar little situation we just had there. All together with just SJT not being able to clear that ball out. Was just playing around with it.
Yeah, that Moss right there just doing it right. Getting the nice pop-up and immediately getting the bump on the player. And opening up a little bit of position now within striking distance. 1 goal separates South Carolina and Wichita State here in game number 2. South Carolina still with the edge in that victory in game number 1. So we already know these teams are very, very close in skill. We already saw in overtime. Will Wichita State climb the mountain here, send us over to game 3?
Yeah, and I think the name of the game for USC right now is just to try to clear it, get into the enemy half of the pitch, and just be like boost merchants. just try to starve Wichita State as much as they can. SJT has been really good at doing that, but as we can see, when they're not able to push on offense for very long, there are great opportunities for Wichita State. There is able to get one and is now positioned right now to get another. Should have full boost there. But Cass is able to steal it just in time.
This has been a very physical match too, right? Lots of demos, setting up plays for each other, and of course, in the case of Moss, setting up a play for himself.
Yeah, tried to go for the corner double there. SJT wasn't able to convert off of it. And Cass is in the backfield sitting with a full tank trying to clear things out.
Boone, a good pass there to his teammates, but a little bit quick. A little bit of heat behind that ball. Cats sending this one out, trying to clear.
Yeah,
not only with the body.
Back again
Oh
somehow.
my God.
Pickle had the opportunity to even things up there, but just wasn't able to put it in correctly. Unfortunate situation right there, but Pickle wants it back, puts it up top. No one's there to follow.
And now to the corner, Moss. 1 minute left on the clock for this squad. See if Boone can get anything going for Wichita State. As they're in the corner now, trying to clear. Og there to prevent any clear whatsoever. Pickle, boostless. Just needs to get something here. Just going to use the body on the ground to do whatever damage they can before collecting a little bit of extra boost. An opportunity, but Boone going to shut that one down.
Yeah, Moss had the option there, looking at a somewhat empty net with a lot of boost in the tank, but wasn't able to finish things out. And now we see Boone threatening, has the ball, just feigns back, understands that Cat has a better look there as the ball almost trickled in. But Pickle has other thoughts in mind. SJT is able to counter.
And this is just a game of time. South Carolina just needs to stall. And they're on the orange side of the field, though, so dangerous for South Carolina. An equalizer goal available for Wichita State. If they're able to get into position, here's an opportunity, but cleared away. Pickle back into the box. Now SJT, a great clear. And this one, if kept up, could be an opportunity for Wichita. Cats, the deflection. That was it. And we've got a dance party behind us here for South Carolina. If they're able to lock this one down, the ball still up. Wichita State trying to keep this game alive.
Is able to get a good touch up there. What's Pickle going to do? Doesn't have enough. And University of South Carolina takes it 2-0.
That's a great game from South Carolina. A good opportunity for them to get a little bit of momentum here early, especially when the venue is alive and well with some dance moves. People standing on tables. You can't quite see it behind us because most of them are downstairs, but boy, they are yelling and hooting and hollering. But they got the job done through all of that, right? I mean, fantastic job. I'm going to step aside because we've got an interview with USC.
All right, we're joined by the one, the only Cats. How you doing, man? How you feeling?
Dude, I'm feeling great. It's a lovely day here in Myrtle Beach, and we just took a lovely win against Wichita State, and yeah, happy to be here.
Nice. Any particular thoughts about playing in that game, too, when you start hearing the sirens going off with like a minute left in a one-goal different game?
Well, you know, this is our third time around this part, so we're a little more, at least Og and I are a little more conditioned. Maybe rattled TJ a little bit, but he adapted well. You know, it didn't really affect us too much. Always fun when, you know, you got the sirens and the lights in your face and the people banging on the tables, but that's part of the charm of this event and part of why we look forward to this event every single year.
Yeah, it's always a great time here. Yeah, we mentioned that you and Og are really, I think, one of the only teams who's been at every single event so far.
Yeah.
You have like Northeastern, you have Syracuse, you have GMU, who've all been here all 3 times, but the rosters have radically changed.
Right.
You've seen every single one.
We have.
Does this one feel different at all, do you think? Do you think there's something special in the air?
You know, this one I think is outside of the first one. I felt like the first one was very competitive. It was a little top heavy. Like there were half the teams that were really playing for first, second, third, and then the other half were a little bit on the weaker side. Last year, I think there was just a 4-man race with Ole Miss and West Virginia and all of them. And this year, I think that excluding Davenport and Concord, that battle for third is really open to any of the teams here. And I'd love to see an upset happen as well. UNC Charlotte gave Davenport a really good game, and that definitely inspires us to go for first in our group as well.
Yeah. One fun tidbit that's been thrown around all the casters is the fact that you yourself coached a player who was here when they were in high school.
I did.
Does that make you feel old? I don't even know if it's possible to age like a senior in college, but
yeah, it does make me feel old. But it's one of my favorite parts about coaching the high school circuit. seeing them all go and get scholarships. Yes, the baby's at Syracuse, so seeing them, I have dozens of students across the country and playing against them in multiple different leagues. It's a wonderful experience.
Yeah. Thank you for being here. Do you have anything you want to say, anything you want to shout out for the rest of the tournament?
Yeah, shout out to my grandparents and my girlfriend if she is watching, and shout out to my family for being here in person and cheering me on right behind me. It's a lovely event, and I'm glad they're here to share it with me.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you for the interview.
Yeah, good luck for the rest of the day.
Appreciate it.
And then just give your, yeah.
Awesome.
Let's go. Here's how this is going to work, y'all. A DJ's going to play a song.
Oh boy.
If you
That's
need a
fun.
clip to like send to your program or send to your coach or something like that of what a media trained student looks like, just like clip the last like couple minutes. Cass is always fantastic when he's here. Yeah, really good player as we saw out there. 7 shots on goal. Great player. I
Really
think we do
nice
have
guy.
some more stats. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Let's take a look at the matchup by the numbers. Taking a look at how this broke down. And a lot of times these tell the story. Lots of shots, actually, for Wichita. That is surprising looking at what those numbers, 20 shots across the board through 2 games, which is actually more than South Carolina, yet South Carolina able to come out with the victory.
Yeah, also really interesting is that like we were talking about Wichita State being really focused around Boone, wasn't even able to get the most shots on his own team.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where you flip the script there and you see the 2 players who are trying to carry USC in the form of Cats and Ogg had all the stats basically. SJT was able to get a lot of saves, which I helped, really help things out for that victory. We did see a little bit of a mix up there with like that weird touch that I think Boone was able to capitalize on. But overall, very strong performance from the side of USC. Wichita did keep it close, however, so interesting to see how it shakes out with, again, maybe that UTD matchup, maybe that Syracuse matchup later down the line. But I think that's all we have for right now.
Yeah.
I think we have to go run someplace else as well. We were talking about the players.
I think I'm
the
staying
run.
here.
Okay.
You're going to go off and I got,
into the ether.
I got Ben joining me here on the desk on the side stream coming up real shortly. But we're going to be right back. We got a lot of Rocket League today. We'll see you soon, guys.
You each get a prize.
Welcome back to Boost on the Beach. We are boosting, we are beaching. We're having a great time here in Myrtle Beach. My name is Zombie Xander. I'm joined, I think, for the first time this tournament by Ben Kincaid Exil.
Yeah.
Welcome, man. This has been an awesome day so far.
It has been a thriller. That is for sure. It has been an amazing day thus far. Group A has concluded. Very, very fun and competitive games. And now we're kicking off Group B.
That's right.
It has been a great showing thus far. I mean, we have Davenport Syracuse here for our next matchup on the side stage. Davenport already played on the main stage here against Charlotte, UNCC. Clean 2-0, but a very close 2-0. So Davenport looking to solidify themselves atop the group, starting 2-0.
Yeah, Charlotte. Let's go ahead and meet our teams, right? And we'll talk about them as we're going. First of all, we got to talk about Syracuse. Syracuse starting off today a little bit rocky.
Yeah.
Ended up losing their series to UTD to start. Gababy trying to take over the game as much as he can with Tasty Taos and Mr. Lindell in tow. And, it's been a squad, a tale of a team that's just trying to get their footing. They're very new. Mm-hmm. This is one of their first year one varsity esports for Syracuse. And so they're just, they're trying their best here and they're trying to get some LAN experience.
Yeah, I know a new team, like you say, in Syracuse coming through. But let's take a quick peek at what Davenport has to offer. Bolty, Rock, and Cam, a star-studded lineup here for Davenport. Cam going to CRL Worlds. Top 8 CRL team here for Davenport. Cam on main stage, game 2, put up 4 goals. 4.
Incredible.
Absolute stunner of a player thus far. Coach Shane as well for Davenport, looking ready to go as always. So it'll be a tall task for Syracuse to come up with a win here against Davenport. But hey, crazy things have happened.
And something interesting about this Davenport squad, this is the first time they've ever been together in person.
Yes.
So the fact that they're able to come here together, compete, already have a win underneath their belt here in Group B. Speaking of Group B, let's take a look at how things have shook out so far. Looking at these squads, and we'll get to that group in just a second. Production is letting me know they're filling some things out. They're getting it ready, making it all pretty for you all at home. So I'm so sorry to put the pressure on our production, but
we'll get there.
Sometimes that's how it goes. But really, really exciting that this squad is together for the first time in person again at a LAN in Myrtle Beach, at a restaurant where there's dancing. I don't know if you guys were here just a moment ago with me and Bear, and we're trying to cast, and there's sirens and Macarena and all sorts of crazy things going on. It's good stuff, but here we go. Group B, UT Dallas, Davenport, and South Carolina all coming out with the wins there early. Charlotte, Wichita State, and Syracuse with the losses. So Charlotte, Wichita State, Syracuse looking for the bounce back. It's going to be a mountain, a tall order for Syracuse to try and take down Davenport here in match number 2.
Yeah, I want to point out that South Carolina-Wichita series as well, very, very close, down to the wire, an overtime, a 2-minute overtime in game 1, and then a very, very keep-up drill going on at the end of game number 2 that we saw here on the side stage. So another close 2-0 going the way of South Carolina, but enough of them. We have Syracuse, Davenport as we enter through onto this fly-through. Xander, what do we think is going to happen here in this matchup?
Well, I think that Davenport has shown that they're a very strong squad, right? And if Syracuse is going to find any success in this matchup, they're going to need to prevent early goals, which has been something that Davenport we know is capable of.
Yeah.
And in order to find success for Syracuse, I think it's really unlocking Gababy.
Yeah.
Gababy is the anchor of this squad, first year with Syracuse, and really just their star that they really need to try and find a way to rally behind. The problem is, and we talked about it when we were watching Syracuse, is that Gababy basically has to make the save, dribble down, and make the shot with finding supporting cast in his other 2 players, in Tasty Taos and Mr. Lindell. And if they're able to even just be a little physical with Davenport and maybe disrupt some of the rhythm that they're known to get into, they could find success, really, even if there is expectation for a Syracuse squad to go down to Davenport, as people have talked about. We've talked about how Davenport is probably in the top 2 seeds here in this tournament, just on paper. But it looks like we're having a couple more issues with our production. We'll have this conversation here in just a little bit, but we may have to, you and I, skedaddle over and watch and catch our viewers up on the way that this match is going. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to fill you back in. We're just having some technology.
Sometimes it hates you.
Yeah. So we'll be right back, folks. Don't go anywhere. We'll fill you in what happens, and we got some exciting Rocket League. You know what? For now, just go check out the A stream.
True.
They've got a great matchup going on up there. We'll be right back, folks. We'll see you soon. Oh, welcome back to Boost on the Beach. We are back here on the B stream. We just tuned in to game number 1, Davenport-Syracuse. The score line indicated a very, very close match. Davenport squeaking away 2-1 victory over Syracuse, but you take a look at the shots and really the Gababy, I think, and the rest of Syracuse squad took maybe 3 shots. One of them went in.
Yeah.
Davenport, the onslaught, constantly shooting on the Syracuse goal. And they've been able to really resist, only letting in 2 of those. I mean, really, really solid job, really good opening for Syracuse. And that is a pretty remarkable scoreline to hold Davenport to, and honestly very important for tiebreaker scenarios moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, the defense from Syracuse definitely stepping up in game number 1, only holding Davenport to those 2 goals, but they were only able to find 1 of their own in that very limited shot selection that they were able to have. So we'll see if Syracuse can change some things up here entering game number 2. They seem to have some control here in the offensive side. The pass off the cam from Bolte won't be able to connect. Brock now following up with that one in the air. Gababy now able to meet that one, but Davenport now starting to solidify their control of the ball thus far. Cam taking it off into the corner, but Syracuse back on the defensive side trying to find a clear and will do so.
Yeah, Brock first LAN here with Davenport. Really exciting to have him in Myrtle Beach for the first time. So this is quite a performance so far. Just 2 matches in, 1 match, second match really for Davenport at this point. But what a little double touch off the backboard. Bolte here with the first goal of this match. A beautiful pass. And let's take a look at this redirect. My goodness. Gababy is only but 1 man and not that big of a car in a giant net when the shot is that close. So Davenport up 1-0, 4 minutes left in game number 2.
Yeah, Gababy thinking that they're going to go low middle, instead goes right off to the right, up high / middle kind of area of the post there. Now it's Tasty Cows trying to find some momentum to get back into the game for Syracuse, but unable to do so just yet. Gababy up in the air makes contact with the ball, but Bolte is there to push it into the corner in favor of Davenport, but struggling to find a clear thus far. But just as I say that, Cam makes their way through the traffic and back into Syracuse's half of the pitch.
Yeah, and I think this is what Syracuse has to do, right? Get a little bit of physical. I talked about disrupting the flow of Davenport's offense, and it is actually quite impactful. Unfortunately there, of course, cast a curse. I feel like I'm like 5 for 5 today. Davenport now 2-0 against Syracuse. What a pass, what a shot. Cam putting that one down. And now Syracuse really starting to look like they're needing any goals here.
Right, yeah, Bolte doing a great job off of that ceiling, finding that angle down to Cam. Gababy now trying to contest that midfield pressure that has been sitting there all day long for Davenport, but they just can't do it. Davenport piling up the scores. Brock now on the board. Bolte to Cam, toss it up to Brock. Why not? Beautiful from Davenport.
It may be a beautiful 72-degree day here in Myrtle Beach, but it is pouring with the goals in Syracuse's net. I got there. I'm sorry. We're working on it. But Cam here back on defense. Pass this one over to Brock off the back wall. Could be collected here by Gababy. An opportunity for Syracuse, but Bolte now here at midfield off the ceiling. A little bit awkward there as able to maintain possession here for Davenport. Going up, Brock, a beautiful shot right over the head of Tasty Towers. 4-0 Davenport.
Yeah, it looks like the ball is going to be just sitting in that corner, but Cam with that last second jump, no boost, able to push that one up off of the wall in that corner. Brock in the perfect position to receive that touch off of that backboard, finds their second of game number 2 and Davenport's 4th in this game as well. Going for 5 there is Bolte, but Mr. Lindell back on defense, able to find that save. Gababy out of the back of the goal as well, finding yet another one. Syracuse still stuck on this defensive side.
Yeah, this has been a tough road for Syracuse. They haven't been able to get off their side of the pitch very much, and when Davenport is taking shots, they are fantastic shots. Syracuse having a lot of trouble on defense. trying to make saves, just because if one person is blocked, likely they're passing the ball, and somebody else, all the weapons that Davenport has, able to strike at a moment's notice. Bolte, a nice little loft, a triple commit there to midfield, and now an open goal. See if anybody from Syracuse is able to get over there in time. Maybe now out of position. Bolte putting up a 5th one here for Davenport. Minute 39 seconds left. If you're Syracuse, you're sitting here going, all right, what can we take away from this series? This is obviously, this one is lost, right?
Yeah.
Getting 6 on Davenport in a minute 30 seconds without them scoring is going to be basically impossible. Just knowing what kind of squad this squad has. Oh boy, we've been talking a lot today, Ben.
Mr. Lindell able to get on the board here for Syracuse. A little bit of botched assignments there coming through from Davenport on that defensive side. But, hey, that's 1 of 6.
Well,
right?
Listen, that would be the funnest caster curse I've ever had in my life. Syracuse getting back into this game. They've cut the lead to 4. Let's go.
Let's see what they can do here. Minute 20 to go. Brock going for the double tap. Won't be able to connect on that one. Now Cam sending it back to Bolte now, just trying to pinch that one off of that back wall. Now it's Mr. Lindell trying to catch it midfield, but unable to maintain control of that ball, as now it's Gababy up in the air, but Cam able to meet them halfway, winning out on that 50-50 and keeping Davenport in full control.
Yeah, Syracuse now in a state of threatened to be going 0-2 in the group stages so far. I don't know what this roster was looking for from this LAN. I think there's a lot of good takeaways. Going down 0-2 early is difficult. There's still a lot of really great teams left in this group. Obviously, UTD and Davenport being 2 pretty highly touted and recognizable squads here at Boost on the Beach. And they drew them first here in groups. They've got to go through everybody in the group, but getting them to start off your day, not really being able to find any momentum for this squad is going to be a little bit tough. We'll see if they have the memory of a goldfish, able to really just move forward and find some success against future teams they have. They got a Wichita State, right? They've got Charlotte's going to be another tough battle they're going to have to face. But Davenport University going 2-0 in the series, going 2-0 in groups. Great start for the squad.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what you want to see if you are Davenport, right? Specifically against some of the weaker teams in this group, right? You don't want to slip up, drop a game to a Syracuse, to a USC. Mind you, USC not a terribly weak team, definitely someone that can threaten some of these top teams in this group, but definitely one that Davenport should be able to clean up cleanly, right? So being able to come out, play Syracuse, dominate Syracuse, and then advance to that 2-0 in this group already within the first 2 matches. Of course, it's the first 2 matches that they played. They're 2-0. But yeah, so a great start coming through from Davenport. Everyone on that team clicking, right? We saw Brock with 2, Cam with multiple goals as well. Bolte, not so much getting those score credits, but probably piling on and racking up some assists there as well. Saves on the defensive side as well. Bolte kind of everywhere in that kind of role-filling spot that they often find themselves in.
Yeah, I believe that we might have an interview with our member of our winning squad from Davenport. We'll see if the TOs decide to send anybody over to us. But if you're just tuning in, this is Boost on the Beach. This is a $5,000 Rocket League tournament we have over 2 days here in Myrtle Beach. And the venue itself, the Hangout, an amazing restaurant we have found ourselves in. What a venue. I believe, nope, don't know. Let's take a look at the group standings and see where we're at, just to see who's shaking out. Davenport up 2-0. UT Dallas still in a battle with South Carolina over on the mainstream. South Carolina won game number 1. UT Dallas
in
up
overtime.
2-0 in game number 2. So this might be going to game number 3.
Whoa.
So if you're looking to check that stream out, go on. I mean, it's basically you just pop out of this stream, and it should be available to you on Syracuse or Shenandoah Esports YouTubes, whichever one you find yourself on. But again, we're going to bring in you all the action here at Boost on the Beach as much of the group stage as possible. We're going to be finishing up, I think, around 7 p.m. today. We're going to wake up bright and early with the time change included.
Ooh, yeah.
Which, that's going to be
tough.
super fun. And bring you a couple more group stages. Then we're going to seed our tournament, and it's going to be good stuff. We do have a player over here for an interview. Ben, why don't you talk?
Come on in, my friend. Let's see. How you doing after that win?
I'm doing great, man.
Doing great. Well, that's good to hear, right? So Davenport, right? You're looking at 2-0 in the group thus far. You won on main stage. I believe it was against Charlotte. Pretty kind of contested series there. It was a 2-0, but a close 2-0. It was a 2-1 victory in game 1 and then the 5-3 breaking open the scores there. But today, this side stream match here against Syracuse, what went right for you guys to really come out swinging in this matchup?
LAN's all about just getting used to setups. You're not playing at your home setup. People are getting nervous. It's all about staying composed, and we're just second match of the day, just getting used to the setups, and we're feeling it, man.
Yeah, no, I mean, you guys have been looking good thus far. I mean, we had shots left and right from you guys here in this series, and Gababy as well contained fairly well. What was the game plan going up against Gababy, the leading star here for Syracuse, and then you guys as well just having that gel going into this one?
I think it's all about just not making mistakes as well as keeping pressure, just kind of waiting for them to mess up and just get the easy goals.
No, yeah, for sure. I mean, you found plenty of them, right? I mean, I believe you had, 2 goals on your end? You had 6 shots on goal as well. What is some of that communication like, trying to set up some of these plays off of these clears and their transitions from that defensive side?
We've been trying to develop like a pre-jump style, so we've been working on that the past couple months, and I think we really got it down for this event especially.
No, yeah, for sure. Well, congratulations on the win here. Congratulations starting 2-0 here in the group. I think you have, 3 more games? 2 more games today?
2 more.
Hey, look at that. Hey, look at that.